Chapter 1745. Just as Xiao Qin was in closed-door cultivation and accepting the faux god flame inheritance, Xiao Qian's expression changed drastically. Huang Puqi appeared on the ground of the dragon flame ancient land in a somewhat sorry state. Then he started to count the snow sword palace disciples that escaped from the dragon city. Soon after, Huang Puqi finished counting, and his expression turned extremely grim. Of the 100 snow sword palace disciples, only 20-odd remained. Most of them died in the final dragon flame. Now only 1/5 remained. They had not obtained the faux god flame or the blue dragon totem. It had to be said that this was a huge failure. After Xiao Qian returned to the snow sword palace, he would definitely be punished by the sect elders. They had failed to lead the team and suffered heavy casualties. Brother Huangpu. Right at this moment, old Ma, who had a weak expression and was covered in wounds, appeared with Xiahou Feng, Leng Feng, and the others. Senior Ma's team had already lost more than half of its members in the battle with the black flame demons. Then they experienced the dragon flame eruption and died even more miserably. Now there were less than 10 people left. They were almost wiped out. Not long after, Elder Lu's team also arrived, and their expressions were even more miserable. His team's strength was the weakest. After making an inventory, there were only 4 or 5 people who escaped from Dragon City. Old Ma, this Xiao Qin is a member of your team. Just what is his background? Huang Puqi's expression was gloomy as he looked at Senior Ma. There was a clear hint of dissatisfaction in his eyes. He was currently in an extremely bad mood, wishing that he could kill everyone related to Xiao Qin. He comes from the Grave Sea. I'm not sure which sect he comes from. He just joined the group not long ago, so I really don't know much about him. Senior Ma explained hurriedly when he saw Huang Puqi's expression. This time the matter had really blown up. The rank 5 snow sword palace had lost so many people. They would definitely not leave the matter at that. If he were to get involved with Xiao Qin now, he might accidentally get implicated. The consequences would be unimaginable. Leng Feng said, "This matter cannot be blamed on us. If we discover him, old Ma and I will not let him off." "That's right. I will absolutely not offend this brat, unless he never returns to Dragon Flame City," Senior Lu said coldly with a sinister expression. A murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Huang Puqi said hatefully, "Damn it." This time, the ancient transportation formation that Dragon Flame City activates once every 100 years. The 10 great sects of the Soaring Dragon Marquise personally came. My snow sword palace has truly lost all face. That brat, I will definitely make him wish he was dead. When Senior Ma and Senior Lu heard this, their hearts involuntarily sank. The Soaring Dragon Marquise was the Soaring Dragon Marquise conferred land in the Central Great Realms, Yanwu Dynasty. Fortune flourished, and those who were conferred the title of Marquis could share the fortune of the empire. From the moment the empires were established, they began to accumulate luck. Now, the 4 empires had accumulated luck for hundreds of thousands of years. Currently, any dynasty had the ability to influence the direction of the entire Great Thousand World. The nobles of the dynasty could borrow the fate of the dynasty, and the sects that were allowed to be established in the nobles' fiefdom could also borrow the fate of the nobles. Compared to the rank 5 sects established outside, the rank 5 sects of the dynasties were much stronger in accumulations and strength. According to Huang Puqi, the 10 great rank 5 sects of the Soaring Dragon Marquise all sent people. It would be strange if Senior Ma and Senior Lu were not shocked. Investigate this for me. We must investigate Xiao Qian's background thoroughly. At the same time, spread the news that he possesses the faux god flame and the ancient blue dragon totem. The murderous intent in Huang Puqi's eyes remained unextinguished, and the rage in his heart remained unquenched. He pushed all the blame for his carelessness to Xiao Qin. In reality, Death and injury were hard to avoid when one went out on experiential training. The deaths of the Snow Sword Palace disciples had nothing to do with Shaoqin. Huang Puqi could only be said to be petty for being so narrow-minded. With so many deaths and injuries, Huang Puqi and the others had no choice but to shatter their talisman strips and return to the city to rest. This ended their experiential training in the depths of the Dragon Flame ancient land. In the underground Dragon City, Shaoqin, who had condensed the will of soul, revealed joy on his face. This was truly a pleasant surprise. Unexpectedly, the soul energy inheritance of the faux god flame would directly help him condense the will of soul that he dreamed of. Shaoqin thought about how he ended up in a sorry state every time he faced the will of soul of that star venerate expert. The ability of the will of soul was simply too terrifying. Shaoqin could already directly drive the power of the world. When fighting with cultivators without a will of soul, he had a great advantage. Many times, even when Shaoqin fought with star venerates, he held the upper hand. The main reason why he did not dare to fight head-on was that he did not have a will of soul. The inheritance of vital qi, veritable essence energy, soul energy, and the faux god flame ended. However, the flame mark on Shaoqin's forehead, which had already turned very dim, did not vanish. There was still a faint mark. The inheritance was not over yet. Shaoqin was startled to discover a golden flame in his sea of consciousness. Whoosh! A flash of light immediately lit up his entire sea of consciousness, making it golden and boundlessly resplendent. Divine might. Shaoqin's heart skipped a beat. He was very familiar with this light. It was the black-armored cultivator from back then. That black-armored cultivator from back then had used the energy of the faux god flame several times to unleash divine might and send Huang Puqi, Senior Ma, and the other star venerates flying. This golden flame slowly grew and eventually turned into a lingering strand of flame that remained in Shaoqin's sea of consciousness. At this moment, the flame mark on Shaoqin's forehead completely vanished. The inheritance of the faux god flame ended. That final strand of divine might was the most precious treasure for Shaoqin. However, he did not know how many times he could use it. No wonder those people fought to the death to obtain the faux god flame. Shaoqin could not help sighing as he felt his cultivation increase, the condensed will of soul, an increase in his physical body's vital qi. This was simply somewhat surreal. The feeling that the faux god flame gave him was simply too miraculous. That final strand of divine might would benefit him for life. It would be of great help to him when he tried to break through to the faux god realm and condense a divine flame. Aside from that, the remnant memories in the faux god flame represented a large amount of experience and knowledge. Those were benefits that could not be seen yet. However, they would be of great help to Shaoqin. When Shaoqin looked around, he saw that the Dragon City had already turned into rubble. It no longer looked ancient and majestic like when Shaoqin first saw it. There was only ruin and chaos. After the Great Fire, everything was gone. The Blue Dragon race, the exquisite buildings, the residences that once existed, everything was lost to history. Shaoqin did not know if he would get a chance to see the ancient city of the Blue Dragon race again in the future. At this moment, Shaoqin's emotions were indescribably complicated. Shaoqin was originally the last inheritor of the Blue Dragon race, someone who was determined to restore the glory of the Blue Dragon race. As Shaoqin watched this ancient dragon city turn from complete to rubble, he felt even more sorrowful than ordinary people. Shaoqin looked down at the Dragon Race Plaza. The black flame demons, formed by the life bestowal spell, had reverted to their original form. The many black flame crystal statues had all cracked. They no longer had any spiritual energy, so they could no longer be used. Only the black statue that Shaoqin had nourished with his essence blood and other flame crystals remained intact. Shaoqin carefully picked it up and blew away the dust. Then he carefully put it away. Looking around, Xiao Qin discovered something familiar under a few pieces of rubble. Gently pushing aside the rubble, Xiao Qin saw it clearly. Only then did he discover that it was the black dragon scale that he had given to Zhen Yuan. Xiao Qin recalled that divine might had forced Zhen Yuan back, and the demonic qi had rebounded on him. As Zhen Yuan entered a state of berserking qi deviation, he could not even take care of himself. Zhen Yuan should be in closed-door cultivation somewhere in the Dragon Flame ancient land. Right now, Zhen Yuan was terrifyingly strong. However, his situation was not good. The Black Dragon King's demonic qi might consume his consciousness at any moment, turning him into a puppet of the Black Dragon King, like the black-armored cultivator. Black Dragon King. At the mention of the Black Dragon King, Xiao Chen's expression turned grave. The Black Dragon King in the faux god flame inheritance was extremely terrifying. The Black Dragon King would appear again within 100 years. When Xiao Chen thought of facing such a terrifying opponent, he could not bring himself to feel happy. Collecting his thoughts, Xiao Chen looked around at the dragon city that looked like rubble. In Xiao Chen's eyes, aside from the vicissitudes of history, this was also a treasure city. The memories of the faux god flame inheritance allowed Xiao Chen to learn many secrets about this city. If he explored it a little, he would definitely gain a lot. Chapter 1746. In the memories of the faux god flame, there should have been a library in the northern part of the city. That place used to be the martial technique pavilion of the largest clan in this dragon city. It contained all the dragon race cultivation techniques. There was no lack of peak cultivation techniques. Aside from the primogenitor grade cultivation techniques, the other cultivation techniques of the Central Great Realm had a total of 3 grades: Heaven, Earth, and Mortal. Each grade was further divided into Superior Grade, Medial Grade, and Peak Grade. Below that were all sorts of ungraded cultivation techniques. There were all sorts of explanations for them, so there was no way to summarize them all. A regular cultivator would be very lucky to obtain an authentic mortal grade martial technique, something that was rather rare. The army-breaking sword technique that Xiao Chen once obtained was a famous peak mortal grade martial technique in the Central Great Realm. In the Central Great Realm, cultivation techniques and martial techniques were strictly categorized. Many of the martial techniques and cultivation techniques of the sects in the various astral clusters outside could not be considered mortal grade in the Central Great Realm. When a cultivation technique or martial technique reached a low grade, it would be known as a divine skill. This was because it was extremely powerful and difficult to cultivate. Furthermore, it was rare in quantity. Take that Huangpu Qi, for example. The sword technique that he cultivated was an inferior grade, earth grade sword technique, known as an earth grade divine skill. Xiao Qin had seen the might of this move for himself. The northern part of the city was also in ruins. Xiao Qin searched according to the inherited memories. It didn't take long for the address of the library to be sorted out. The library had collapsed long ago. The various restrictions were gone, and many cultivation techniques and martial techniques were burned. Complete martial techniques were extremely rare. As Xiao Qin looked at the many incomplete manuals, he showed a regretful expression. Many of them were superior grade, mortal grade martial techniques. There were also some so-called earth-grade divine skills. Some of them even tempted Xiao Qin. Xiao Qin seriously collected every incomplete manual. In the future, he would have to restore all of them. These were cultivation techniques and martial techniques compatible with the dragon race's physique. If Xiao Chen wanted to revive the blue dragon bloodline in the future, he would need a complete martial technique system from the lowest to the highest. Ice Feather Divine Incantation. Suddenly, Xiao Chen discovered a complete medial grade earth grade cultivation technique, and his eyes lit up. Xiao Chen had never cultivated his will of ice with a cultivation technique that matched it. Now, With the assistance of the purple thunder divine incantation, Xiao Chen's will of thunder slowly strengthened. As the will of ice continued to descend, the gap between the two grew larger. As a result, he rarely used the ice blood lightning dragon, which had originally been his trump card, as its might could no longer keep up. I might as well cultivate another ice attribute cultivation technique and walk the path of ice and thunder that no one has ever walked before. Xiao Qin whispered to himself, a vague idea forming in his mind. Martial artists who cultivated the thunder attribute would usually cultivate a wind attribute or a cloud attribute cultivation technique, walking the wind and thunder Dao. However, no one had ever walked the Dao of ice and lightning before because it was simply too difficult to fuse the two together. Many people were unable to walk it. Xiao Chen was quite talented in both aspects. He had even fused the ice blood lightning dragon. It was not impossible to walk the path of ice and lightning. After making up his mind, Xiao Chen put away the ice feather divine art. He planned to cultivate another cultivation technique when he had free time. After cleaning up this place, Xiao Chen looked at the ruined Dragon City and sighed. He continued exploring Dragon City. With the help of the inherited memories, Xiao Chen was always able to gain something in the vast ruins. A month later, all the treasures in the ruins of Dragon City were collected. The treasures he had obtained were beyond his imagination. After taking a solemn look at Dragon City, Xiao Chen left the city and came to the surface. It had only been a few dozen days, but when Xiao Chen returned to the surface, he had the illusion that 1,000 years had passed. Xiao Chen had changed too much. Compared to before, he was a completely different person. Before he entered Dragon City, he did not expect that in just a few weeks he would not be able to come to Dragon City. Xiao Chen's cultivation could break through to late-stage major primal core realm. His vital qi could reach 10 cauldron force, and he could condense the will of soul that he dreamed of. Taking out the teleportation jade slip, Xiao Chen crushed it. Mottled shadows appeared beneath his feet, constantly changing and combining. 15 minutes later, a complete formation was formed. Xiao! A huge force spread out, and Xiao Chen's body disappeared. When he reappeared, he had already disappeared. When he reappeared, he returned to the ancient teleportation formation in Dragon Flame City's northern city. Bladesman Xiao Chen. Upon seeing Xiao Chen appear, the old man maintaining the formation revealed a strange expression. Xiao Chen exclaimed softly, "You recognize me?" "Haha, who in the city does not know you, white-robed Xiao Chen? You chased away 3 factions by yourself. Even the Snow Sword Palaces, Huangpu Qi, suffered a great loss at your hands." When Xiao Chen heard that, he felt stunned. News really spread fast. "However, the most crucial thing is that I heard that you inherited a strand of faux god flame and obtained an ancient dragon race totem. Right now, it is not just the Snow Sword Palace's Huangpu Qi, Senior Ma, and Senior Lu's teams that want your life." The old man smiled faintly, a strange light flashing in his eyes. Boom! Suddenly, the old man attacked, punching at Xiao Chen as he released his aura. When the old man punched, the sky changed color. This was the sudden strike of a peak major primal core expert. Its might was great. If it were the previous Xiao Chen, he would definitely be flustered and would have to spend some effort to deal with it. Now, Xiao Chen only smiled coldly. The moment Xiao Chen appeared in the formation, he sensed that something was wrong with this old man. Xiao Chen had kept an eye out long ago and was not surprised by the old man's sudden attack. With a thought, vital qi surged in Xiao Chen's body, and all the dragon bones in his body crackled. Xiao Chen directly used his body to receive the other party's punch. Bang! A loud sound rang out. Xiao Chen's horrifying physical body received this punch head-on. The strengthened dragon bones isolated most of the damage. Xiao Chen's veritable essence energy surged and easily negated the remaining force of the punch. After receiving the punch head-on, Xiao Chen was completely unscathed. How can it be like this? That old man was greatly startled, revealing an extremely horrified expression, completely flabbergasted. Although the old man's sudden punch was not a peak strike, it was still quite mighty. Not only was Xiao Chen uninjured, but he also did not take even half a step back. Scram! When the old man felt that something was wrong and wanted to turn around and retreat, Xiao Chen's vital qi surged out. Clang, clang, clang. 10 dragon cauldrons made of vital qi collided with each other, giving off a deafening sound. Xiao Chen retaliated with a punch, and 10 cauldron force exploded, sending the old man flying. His clothes were tattered, and his body was badly mutilated. He fell to the ground in a sorry state. Straightening his clothes, Xiao Chen strode out of the place. Seeing the scene, all of them turned pale with fright. However, no one dared to block Xiao Chen's path. This was Dragon Flame City. Strength was the rule, and the strong were the rules. Xiao Chen thought to himself, it should be Huangpu Qi who leaked the news about me. This aroused the greed of all the cultivators in the city. Even the old man maintaining the formation started thinking about Xiao Chen. Young Master Xiao, quickly leave Dragon Flame City. This is a troublesome place. You should not remain for long. A kind-hearted old man nearby reminded Xiao Chen. Leave? Why should I leave? Tell everyone that I, Xiao Chen, will be in the eastern part of the city for the next half a year. I will not go anywhere. Xiao Chen smiled faintly and left with large strides. The current situation suited Xiao Chen's intentions. Dragon Flame City was a place of crouching tigers and hidden dragons, with many experts. After Xiao Chen sent this old man flying with one punch, many people would think twice before they made a move. Those who dared to seek trouble for Xiao Chen would only be bold and skilled people with true talent. Xiao Chen had improved too quickly and had not had time to stabilize his strength. It would be great if he could have experts to spar with. How could Xiao Chen think of leaving when this was something he could not wish for? If Xiao Chen died in this Dragon Flame City, he could only blame himself for being weaker than others. There was nothing much to say. Xiao Chen was born in an abandoned land. Compared to many people in the Great Thousand Realms, he was much weaker. Without a heart that dared to fight, it would be impossible for him to rise up. In less than half a day, the news of Xiao Chen's return spread throughout the northern district of Dragon Flame City. Many people immediately rubbed their palms together, eager to give it a try. Dragon Flame City never cared about law or reason. However, the news of Xiao Chen's return and the news of him sending a peak major primal core cultivator flying with one punch poured a bucket of cold water over many people's heads. Chapter 1747. After renting a courtyard in the northern district, Xiao Chen casually settled down. He began to cultivate the Ice Feather Divine incantation. This divine art was only an earth-ranked middle-grade cultivation technique. Even a normal true disciple of a fifth-rank sect would find it difficult to obtain such a precious cultivation technique. There were a total of 6 layers, and it was said that if one had an astonishing comprehension ability, they could combine the 6 layers into one and comprehend the hidden 7th layer of the Ice Feather Divine Art. In the cultivation room of the courtyard, Xiao Chen took out medial-grade spirit jades and inserted them into the nodes of the spirit gathering formation. After filling it up, Xiao Chen sat cross-legged on the praying mat in the center of the formation and slowly circulated the Ice Feather Divine incantation according to the route of the mental cultivation method. Closing his eyes, Zhang Xian formed a series of hand seals with his hands. Occasionally he would cross his hands, and at other times he would stack them up and down, placing them at his dantian. As the Ice Feather Divine incantation circulated, the spiritual energy gathered in the formation quickly entered Xiao Chen's body, circulating endlessly in his meridians. Originally, there was only the purple qi whirlpool of the purple Thunder Divine incantation in the center of the dantian. However, after the Ice Feather Divine incantation completed a minor cycle, countless pure spiritual energy fell like snowflakes, like pure white feathers. Outside the purple cyclone, another small white cyclone formed. From today onwards, he would officially cultivate an ice cultivation technique and walk on the path of ice and thunder. The originally scattered will of ice in Xiao Chen's body slowly merged together according to the Ice Feather Divine incantation. Xiao Chen, who had never cultivated an ice-attributed cultivation technique before, made rather quick progress in cultivating the Ice Feather Divine art. Phew! Opening his eyes, Xiao Chen exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and looked around. The training room was already covered in frost, and sparse snowflakes slowly drifted down. Snowflakes fell on her white robe, adding to her strength of character. She was like a winter plum flower standing proudly in the snow and ice. Some white hairs appeared on his scattered hair. This was the result of successfully cultivating the first layer. To be able to successfully cultivate the first layer in half a day, he should possess the will of ice. That is why he can cultivate so quickly. Xiao Qin was quite satisfied with his cultivation progress, but he was also very calm. The main reason he was able to cultivate so quickly was because he had a good foundation. More importantly, he had only just started. He was only at the first level of the Ice Feather Divine art. The long march of 10,000 li had just begun. So. Strange auras could be sensed from outside the house, and they were rapidly approaching. Xiao Chen raised his eyebrows and smiled. "You're finally here. Let me see who you are." This person definitely came for the so-called ancient dragon race totem and the faux god flame inheritance. He did not hide his whereabouts. Anyone could find him if they wanted to. Most importantly, his whereabouts had been leaked on purpose. With a flash, Xiao Chen flew out of the cultivation room and landed on the roof of his courtyard. Xiao Chen raised his gaze and saw Huang Puqi leading the Snow Sword Palace disciples outside the courtyard. There was also Senior Ma, Senior Liu, and a group of old friends. He charged forward with a murderous aura. Bang! With a kick from Huang Puqi, the courtyard door was smashed into powder. Then, a group of people rushed in without any scruples. Xiao Chen raised his head and happened to see the white-clad Xiao Chen standing on the roof, holding his saber and smiling. A few strands of white hair adorned Xiao Chen's handsome face. On the roof, Xiao Chen looked like a winter snow plum flower standing alone in the cold wind, looking delicate and refined. Huang Puqi felt slightly stunned. Then he smiled and said, "Xiao Chen, it looks like you expected that I, Huang Puqi, would come. You are a rank 4 sect disciple, yet there is no point in saying so much. In Dragon Flame City, there is no sect or origin. Strength reigns supreme. The winner is king, and the loser is a bandit. If you surpass the saber in my hand, I will give you everything you want." 2 Dao discs appeared behind Xiao Chen. His fighting spirit blazed, and his aura instantly reached its peak. Huang Puqi felt stifled. He had not expected Xiao Chen to be so direct. "Senior brother, there is no need to be polite with him. Let's attack together. Even if he has a great fortuitous encounter, he will find it hard to escape death. Why go to so much trouble?" A Snow Sword Palace disciple stepped forward and whispered into Huang Puqi's ear. "Indeed, brother Huang Pu. In any case, he is just a rank 4 sect disciple. How can he compare to your noble status?" Senior Ma, who was at the side, said sullenly as he gave Xiao Chen a vicious look. Huang Puqi raged in his heart. He demanded, "Do you think that I, Huang Puqi, am definitely not a match for him? I am a Snow Sword Palace true inheritor, an early stage Star Venerate. Do you think that I, Huang Puqi, will need your help to deal with a rank 4 sect disciple?" Raising his gaze, Huang Puqi said sullenly, "As long as you do not use that puppet technique from that day, Why would I, Huang Puqi, fear a fight with you? As a rank 5 sect disciple, Huang Puqi naturally had pride in his heart. From the start to the end, he had never treated Xiao Qin as an opponent. Back then, when Huang Puqi was forced to leave, he had been brooding over it, believing that Xiao Qin used an unorthodox technique. Huang Puqi had long been suppressing the rage in his heart. Now, Xiao Qin wanted to fight him alone. This was exactly what Huang Puqi wanted. Xiao Qin said softly, "Don't worry. The technique from that day is very strict and exhausts a lot of energy. I will definitely not use it when fighting you. In that case, you can die." Huang Puqi radiated killing intent as he took a big stride forward and charged over. Whoosh! Snowflakes filled the air and boundless cold qi spread out. Frost instantly covered the entire courtyard, turning it into an ice palace. The instant Huang Puqi drew his sword, a boundless sword light shot out. Huang Puqi's figure suddenly vanished, becoming one with the snowflakes filling the air. Exquisite! Several Dragon Flame City experts and Snow Sword Palace disciples, who were watching in secret, could not help praising Huang Puqi when they saw this sword strike. Huang Puqi truly lives up to being a Snow Sword Palace true inheritor. This is a fusion of the Sword Dao and the Ice Dao. Even many of the old seniors cannot compare to this. This is truly indescribably exquisite. When the sword strikes, the flying snow and the sword light merge. This sky full of flying snow, is it sword light or is it flying snow? What is real and what is fake? It is truly unpredictable. I heard that the founder of the Snow Sword Palace comprehended the snowflake divine sword from the snow, establishing the rank 5 Snow Sword Palace. The Snow Sword Palace's profound cultivation techniques and martial techniques are all derived from the snowflake divine sword. This Huang Puqi has indeed learned a trace of the true essence. It's admirable. On the roof, Xiao Qin looked at the snow-filled sky and immediately saw the beauty of it. One had to admit that Huang Puqi's sword was indeed eye-catching. Not only was his cultivation outstanding, but he also had deep attainments in the Ice Dao and the Sword Dao. He was worth learning from. Snowflakes fluttered in the air, as beautiful as a dream, as fragmented as jade, as clear as crystal, and as undulating as the sea, with turbulent undercurrents. This was Huang Puqi's true strength. It was also the reason why he had always thought highly of himself and looked down on Xiao Qin. How to break this move? Was he going to find Huang Puqi's true body in the snowstorm and see through the sword light and snowflakes? If that was the case, then he would have fallen into Huang Puqi's trap. After one move, Xiao Qin would definitely lose. The spring snow came treading on the air, and wherever it touched, it seemed as if flowers were blooming. Among the trees in the garden, which one was the real plum blossom? Where is the flying snow? Where is the sword light? One wrong look, and the sky is filled with murderous intent. But why should I look at it? Flowers will wilt, snow will melt. There is nothing in the world that is eternal. However, if I resolve the mundane and jump out of the mundane world, what is real and what is fake will be decided with just a thought. If my wish is real, the flowers will bloom, never wilting. If my wish is fake, the snow will dance in the air, never melting. Xiao Qin's thoughts wandered as the snowstorm filled the courtyard. With just a thought, Xiao Qin gained many comprehensions from Huang Puqi's move. Unknowingly, the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber techniques resolved the mundane improved further. He now knew how to break this move. The Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique circulated in his body. However, Xiao Qin did not draw his saber, only using the true meaning of resolve the mundane. He gently stretched out a finger, and the white whirlpool in his dantian started spinning frantically. All the ice-attributed veritable essence energy in his body poured out. Then he gently tapped the flying snow with his finger. The snowstorm filling the courtyard suddenly paused. Every snowflake bloomed in the air. 1 petal, 2 petals, 3 petals formed a 7-petal white flower. The flying snow in the air instantly condensed into a flower. The courtyard, the snowflakes, the house, and the white-clad bladesman all formed a poetic painting. Huang Puqi, who had already merged with the flying snow, was forcefully squeezed out of the state that he created. When Huang Puqi looked up, his eyes met. He saw Shao Chen standing alone under the roof, holding a flower and smiling. This startled Huang Puqi into retreating frantically. Chapter 1748. Huang Puqi had no choice but to retreat. Shao Chen broke the mysterious phenomenon and perfect state that he created with 1 finger, turning it into Shao Chen's mysterious phenomenon. Shao Chen forced Huang Puqi out. This flabbergasted everyone. No one had expected Shao Chen to use such a method to break this move. It was a miraculous and unimaginable break. Shao Chen broke Huang Puqi's attack from the very foundation, instantly turning him into a defensive stance. The situation instantly reversed. Huang Puqi switched positions between offense and defense. Damn, this is too incredible. How did he do it? How strong is his mental state to be able to break this move like that? Why does it feel like this Shao Chen's mental state is on a completely different level from Huang Puqi's? He is much stronger. This is going to be difficult. The spectators were all experts. Anyone could tell that Shao Chen's seemingly simple finger attack had many tricks to it. In reality, there were many ways to learn it. It required an extremely high cultivation of the mind and a deep understanding of the martial Tao to reach an extremely high realm. Up on the roof, Shao Chen smiled faintly as he watched the retreating Huang Puqi. Shao Chen gently pushed his 2 fingers, holding the snowflakes forward. The wind and snow in the air howled at Huang Puqi. Just as the 2 fingers moved forward, along with the howling of the wind and snow, there was a sudden clap of thunder on the flat ground. Boom! This thunder was ear-splitting, striking at the soul and resounding in the sea of consciousness. It lingered without scattering, spreading out endlessly. Thunderclouds spread in the sky, and countless electric lights burst out. The instant the power of the wind and snow shot out, Shao Chen created his strongest, mysterious phenomenon. He leaped up while holding his saber, pressing towards the frantically retreating Huang Puqi. Kill! Shao Chen drew his saber tyrannically, and a strand of saber light exploded the wind and snow in the air. The lightning and thunder illuminated him, making him look like a war god. Shao Chen, who already held the upper hand in the first place, instantly gained an overwhelming advantage over the frantically retreating Huang Puqi. Damn it! 1 wrong move, and he lost everything. Huang Puqi complained in his heart. Right now, the situation was extremely unfavorable to him. If he got careless, he would instantly lose. Sword! His mind was unprecedentedly focused. The path of frost had been broken, so he would use the sword in his hand to turn the situation around. With a furious roar, Huang Puqi's entire body surged with veritable essence energy, and the sword in his hand buzzed endlessly. Shao Chen condensed an incredibly sharp sword move. His aura continuously shrank. By the time Shao Chen arrived, he had already become as sharp as a needle. Needles, thin, sharp, but also easy to break. Huang Puqi was forcing himself into a dead end, putting himself in a hopeless situation. In any case, he was already at an absolute disadvantage, so he might as well take a gamble and take a risky move. No one had expected that the situation would be so dangerous in just 2 moves. It was truly shocking that they had reached such a situation where they were either alive or dead. Shao Chen's state of mind was shocking. Huang Puqi's decisiveness was also shocking. Resolving the mundane. Seeing that Huang Puqi was risking his life like this, Shao Chen was not afraid at all. He took the opportunity to execute his strongest killing move. A Buddhist swastika appeared on Xiao Chen's forehead. He appeared expressionless as he severed the 7 emotions and 6 desires, forgetting the mundane, achieving eternity. A strand of eternal and inextinguishable saber light immediately appeared. A boundlessly ferocious Buddhist light shone brightly in all directions under the thunderclouds. It was like a blazing sun, illuminating eternally, not caring about being extinguished. Ice ceiling chop! Huang Pu-chi shouted, and 6 gigantic ice sword chi connected from head to tail appeared above his head. Then they clashed with that eternal saber light. Xiao Qin gently pushed off the ground and shot forward like a beam of light, betting all of his veritable essence energy. The ice ceiling sword chi clashed with the eternal saber light. Ice shards kept leaking out of the 6 revolving ice sword chis. They flew out and created terrifying ice explosions. The cold chi immediately became like a knife slicing through the air. Kassier! Kassier! The courtyards within 5 kilometers that were affected instantly turned into ice palaces. Then they silently turned into ice shards littering the ground. The cultivators watching in secret had no choice but to flee, afraid of getting caught up in the terrifying ice shards. Xiao Qin could not dodge. He could only use his physical body to block these terrifying ice shards head-on. When the cold chi entered his body, his internal organs were instantly assaulted. However, at this point, how could Xiao Qin retreat? The eternal and inextinguishable saber light in his hand continued to descend. The 2 were going all out. It was a matter of who could last to the end. It was Xiao Chen who broke the ice sword chi connected from head to tail, breaking the needle-like sharp sword move inside. In the end, it was Huang Pu-chi's needle-sharp, ice-like sword move that penetrated every opening that Xiao Qin could reach first, crushing his physical body. The saber light was eternal and inextinguishable. However, that did not mean that the physical body was eternal. Everyone held their breaths and focused, waiting for this exciting result. Kassier! In the next moment, the sound of something breaking could be heard from within the ice storm. In the next moment, the ice and snow broke, and Huang Pu-chi became like a broken kite on the verge of falling. Senior brother! The Snow Sword Palace disciples were startled. They quickly soared into the air and caught Huang Pu-chi. You lost! The ice and snow exploded and the saber light vanished. Xiao Qin sheathed his saber. Then his white robes slowly landed, accompanied by the dancing ice and snow in the air. His face was slightly pale, and there was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. It was obvious that the fight just now had exhausted his mind and spirit, and his injuries were not light. On the other hand, Huang Pu-chi's face was drained of blood. There was a terrifying saber wound on his chest. He had nearly been cut in half at the waist. Thank you for showing mercy, Huang Pu-chi said through clenched teeth as he looked at Xiao Qin. His face was dark, and there was no sign of gratitude on his face. With the last saber strike, Xiao Qin had the chance to take his life. In the end, he held back and didn't chop him in half. Xiao Qin said indifferently, "No need to thank me. You saved your own life." He did not use his will of soul or activate his great, desolate Ian bloodline. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to hold back. Huang Pu-chi smiled bitterly and said, "My background is better than yours and my cultivation is higher. If I were to use my will of soul, where would I put my face? A defeat is a defeat. Let's go." This time, there was no need for Xiao Qin to say anything. Huang Pu-chi led the Snow Sword Palace disciples away. He would not appear again in the future. He was convinced and no longer had the face to remain here. Just at this moment, Senior Ma and Senior Lu, who were in the courtyard, exchanged glances and nodded slightly. While Xiao Chen and Huang Pu-chi were speaking, Senior Ma suddenly threw out a book. Stars flickered in the two's eyes. Their wills of soul carried the flourishing might of the world as they charged at Xiao Qin. The two's wills of soul merged into one in the air. Immediately, the sky changed color. Winds blew and clouds churned. An unparalleled force pressed down on Xiaochen. Everyone in the distance was so shocked by this scene that they sucked in a breath of cold air. Although there were no rules in Dragon Flame City, every cultivator had their pride. Very few people would launch such a shameless sneak attack. Furthermore, it was a sneak attack after the battle ended. Furthermore, it was two star venerates working together to use their wills of soul to suppress a major primal core venerate at the same time. Xiao Qin, you traitor! This old man will let you know the fate of betrayers. Senior Ma said through clenched teeth, showing a vicious expression. He had been waiting for this moment for a long time. In Senior Ma's eyes, Xiao Chen was already a dead man. Back then, Xiao Chen already found it very taxing to resist Senior Ma's will of soul alone. Now that Senior Ma and Senior Lu worked together to deal with the severely injured Xiao Chen, they were confident of success. There would be no mistakes. It's over. This time, Xiao Chen is really finished. While many people thought that the two old men were shameless, they also felt pity for Xiao Chen. No matter who it was, they would most likely die in such a situation. There would be no hope of survival. Even if one did not die, one would be crippled. Xiao Chen's expression changed slightly as he snorted coldly. Starlight flickered in his eyes as well. The azure dragon seal in his soul pool flickered with light. A will of soul containing the primordial dragon might surged out of Xiao Chen's forehead and clashed with the combined will of soul. Buzz! The two soul wills clashed in the air. The two old men's soul wills crumbled upon contact. They didn't even have time to show shock on their faces. Xiao Chen's will of soul suppressed him, causing him to vomit a mouthful of blood and kneel on the ground, unable to move. Dust filled the air, but it didn't move. Xiao Chen's soul had already fixed the space. Young Master Xiao, spare me! Old Ma and old Lu knelt on the ground, completely scared out of their wits. Huang Puqi, who had not gone far, turned his head and saw this scene. He was petrified on the spot, feeling as if his face was on fire. Chapter 1749. Huang Puqi showed a sullen face, his expression completely stiff. He was completely stupefied. Earlier, Huang Puqi still maintained some pride. He did not use his will of soul or activate his great, desolate Ian bloodline. He believed that even if he lost, it was because he did not use his full power or bring out all his trump cards. However, right now, Xiao Qin did it before everyone. He broke the will of soul that Senior Ma and Senior Lu worked together to bring out, announcing to everyone that he, Xiao Qin, also had a will of soul. Furthermore, it was not weak, easily breaking the will of soul of two star venerates. Huang Puqi did not care about Senior Ma and Senior Lu at all. They were just two star venerates with ordinary talent. To ordinary people, they looked very awe-inspiring. However, Huang Puqi was very knowledgeable. He had already seen many star venerates in a rank 5 sect. He had seen holy venerates and sovereign personages. In the Snow Sword Palace, with Senior Ma and Senior Lu's cultivation, they could only be outer sect administrators at best. They would not even be able to become elders. Huang Puqi believed that he could break the will of soul that the two worked together. However, he would not be able to do it as easily as Xiao Qin. Senior brother, what's wrong? The Snow Sword Palace junior brother asked quickly when he saw that Huang Puqi's expression was off. Huang Puqi felt somewhat empty in his heart. He showed a desolate expression, appearing somewhat embarrassed. He said somewhat weakly, I'm fine. Let's go. Let's go. Huang Puqi repeated himself twice in a row. Clearly, he was not in the right state of mind. His footsteps were unsteady, and he instantly looked much older. As Xiao Chen looked at Senior Ma and Senior Lu, he ignored their pleas for mercy. He pointed, and the two, who were suppressed by the will of soul, flew back into the air. After the two landed, Their expressions turned stiff, and their eyes turned listless. In their soul pools, their souls had already been shattered, becoming two soulless bodies. They could not be any more dead. Xiao Qin had always despised such vile people who attacked from behind. He coldly waved his hand and said to the people who came to cause trouble, "Close my doors and scram." Yes, 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 the people of Senior Ma's and Senior Lu's teams panicked, carrying the two's corpses and rushing away. The people watching the battle from the shadows remained silent for a long time. They had never expected such an ending. The sneak attack of 2-star Venerates should have been in the bag. To think that Xiao Qin managed to turn the situation around. Who would have thought that Xiao Chen would be able to break Huang Pu's miraculous phenomenon with just a flower-pinching finger? One day later, the battle shook the entire city. The white-clad Xiao Qin, who was already well known in the first place, became even more famous in Dragon Flame City. The topic of discussion was not just the ancient dragon race totem and his many treasures. It was his strength. Some people even believed that Xiao Chen was strong enough to rank among the 10 strongest bladesmen in Dragon Flame City. Apart from his low cultivation, he had no other shortcomings. Just how strong was the white-robed Xiao Qin? This was the topic that all of Dragon City was talking about the most. Apart from that, what they talked about the most was what Xiao Qin had said. Whoever could defeat the saber in his hand, he would give all the treasures on him to the other party for free. This sentence was seen as Xiao Qin issuing a challenge to all the experts of Dragon City. Everyone knew that the Dragon Flame Ancient Land was the place where the most geniuses and outstanding talents gathered in the dozens of nearby astral clusters. Every day, sect elites and outstanding talents from the various astral clusters would come here on experiential training. This was especially so now. Even the 10 great sects of the Yenwu dynasty's soaring Dragon Marquette sent true inheritors to lead teams on experiential training. Some people found Xiao Chen's words too arrogant. Sooner or later, there would be trouble. Indeed, on the second day after Huang Puqi's defeat, someone went to look for him. It's Bai Yan, a veteran expert of Dragon Flame City. His team ranks among the top 3 in Dragon Flame City. He lost. Bai Yan lost. After 100 moves, Xiao Qin knocked him into the air with one saber strike. He no longer had any combat prowess and fled in a sorry state. However, Bai Yan's defeat did not stop this craze. While Dragon Flame City lacked many things, it did not lack ruthless people. Did you hear? The Fang Luo, known as the 10,000 Demon Slayer in the Northern City, sought out Xiao Qin after he returned from the depths of the Dragon Flame Ancient Land. That's the one. I heard that Fang Luo killed more than 10,000 flame demons. He is a ruthless person. Although he did not break through to Star Venerate, he comprehended the will of so long ago. His combat experience is scarily rich. That's right. That's him. When he returned this time, he already broke through to Star Venerate. When he heard that Xiao Qin has an ancient dragon race totem, he charged over without saying anything. What was the result? He lost. Xiao Qin defeated him in 50 moves. He was in an even worse state than Bai Yan. Ah, that can't be right. No one expected that defeating Huang Puqi was just the beginning for Xiao Qin. In merely 2 short months, more than 20 people sought out Xiao Qin to challenge him. Practically every 3 days, experts of Dragon Flame City or outstanding talents who came for experiential training sought out Xiao Qin. In the end, all of them lost without exception. However, there were people who did not believe that a person who had not broken through to Star Venerate could be strong. No matter how strong one was, there was a limit. However, despite these people attacking one after another, they could not defeat Xiao Qin. They even found it difficult to last more than 100 moves. Later, the cultivators in Dragon Flame City were shocked to discover that Xiao Qin seemed to grow stronger the more he fought. Xiao Chen seemed to grow stronger the more he fought. After every battle ended, his strength would increase by another level when he reappeared. Hence, a strange scene happened. Originally, every time Xiao Chen fought, there would be more than 100 people watching, learning from him and curious about the results. After 3 months, there were only a few people watching. This was because Xiao Chen's opponents lost increasingly faster. From the first 100 moves, now no one could last more than 10 moves. He lost again. The top outstanding talent of the vast sea cluster, Nangongming, who broke through to Star Venerate at the age of 30, lost to Xiao Chen in 5 moves. That is within expectations. Now I finally understand. This Xiao Chen is purposely using this to temper himself. He is really ruthless. In my opinion, only those dynasty scions or the top 100 great, desolate Ian bloodlines can suppress him. Indeed, such an existence can already go to the central great realm and make a name for himself. That is hard to say. Those who have not entered the central great realm will never know how narrow their vision is. That's right. In the dynasties, rank 5 sects are at the bottom, not to mention rank 6 sects and the various holy sects above rank 6 sections. In the end, that world is still too far away from us. Just think about it. Just one cluster, Lord Go Yu, can have an entire great realm as her conferred land. The vision of the people of the central great realm is completely different from ours. Right now, the discussion about Xiao Chen was no longer about how strong he was in Dragon Flame City. Instead, it was about whether such a demonic genius like him could make a name for himself in the central great realm. However, few people had been to the central great realm before. Everyone debated this endlessly with many different opinions. Some people said that Xiao Chen was qualified to join a holy gate. Some people also said that Xiao Chen was not qualified enough and would only invite humiliation if he went to the central great realm. It was just like how many outstanding talents were among the top in their respective astral clusters. However, after they went to the central great realm, they all felt depressed and disappointed. Even after many years, when they returned, they did not mention their experiences in the central great realm. With one look, it was clear that they did not want to recall the past. They must have suffered great humiliation and could not bear to recall it. Another 3 months passed. Half a year passed just like that. Xiao Chen stood on the roof of his courtyard and looked at the people below. Then he said softly, "Senior, you lost." Outside the courtyard, an old man stared at the broken saber on the ground. This old man muttered to himself in a daze. This old man was Feng Yuqiang, one of the original 10 great bladesmen of Dragon Flame City, ranked first. He came because of the ancient dragon race totem. A totem was not something that could be called a totem after it was carved on a piece of wood. It required a race to worship it, for countless people to worship it and offer their pious faith. Only after thousands or even tens of thousands of years could it take form and be called a totem. The totem of some minor races was already a priceless treasure. What more the ancient dragon race? Naturally, it would tempt countless experts. Feng Yuqiang had been tempted long ago. However, due to his status, he did not make a move. After half a year, as more and more people lost to Xiao Chen, Feng Yuqiang finally could no longer hold back and made a move. However, after one battle, after exchanging 10 moves, Xiao Chen broke his weapon. Feng Yuqiang suffered a crushing defeat, reduced to a sorry state. Xiao Chen sheathed his saber and looked at the old man in front of the courtyard, somewhat distracted. In the blink of an eye, half a year passed. To think that no one in Dragon Flame City was a match for him. Perhaps Xiao Chen had set his sights too low from the very start. Chapter 1750. Within half a year, all the famous experts of Dragon Flame City had challenged Xiao Chen. When the outstanding talents who came for experiential training heard of Xiao Chen's reputation and the wager, they all challenged him. Even the true inheritors of the 10 rank 5 sects of the soaring dragon Marquiate all rushed over. At first, people came to challenge Xiao Qin nearly every day. However, in the final month, only Feng Yuqiang came. Even so, he was defeated in 10 moves. I'm old. I'm really old. Feng Yuqiang picked up the broken saber and sighed to himself. Whoosh! Xiao Chen landed on the ground and performed a cupped fist salute. Senior, don't be too sad. Since ancient times, there has been no lack of powerful experts who became famous in their twilight years. Feng Yuqiang smiled bitterly and said, There are indeed quite a few. I even know some of them. However, they are definitely not me. I'll take my leave first. Feeling somewhat hurt, Feng Yuqiang shook his head and sighed before leaving alone. As Xiao Chen watched Feng Yuqiang leave, he entered deep thought. In the past half a year, he had defeated countless people. He would seriously observe the expressions and backs of every defeated person. Defeat had never been scary. What was scary was losing all fighting spirit after one defeat. Xiao Chen had once been reduced to a sorry state by a star venerate, like an ant that could be squashed. He had lost even more miserably than these people, in an even more sorry state. However, he did not lose his fighting spirit. That was how he rose up today, fighting everywhere in Dragon Flame City without suffering a single defeat. However, this was not a result that he could be too proud of. Xiao Chen withdrew his gaze and said softly, It is time to return. In the past half a year, Xiao Chen's cultivation had already reached peak consummation major primal core realm, only one step away from star venerate. Since he already condensed the will of soul, the bottleneck between major primal core venerate and cloud sea star venerate was not particularly large. There was no need for him to purposely make a breakthrough. When the conditions were right, he could advance to star venerate. Right now, Xiao Qin had to consider how to proceed after breaking through to star venerate. He needed a goal, someone to refer to. However, there was no one in Dragon Flame City that he could learn from. After packing his things, Xiao Qin silently left the northern city in the middle of the night. Dragon Flame City, Southern District. A middle-aged man wearing a cloak sat cross-legged on the top floor of a quiet and elegant pavilion. Beside his hand was a simple and unadorned longsword. In the quiet and peaceful top floor, there was an omnipresent sword aura that came from the middle-aged man's body. As long as he existed, the sword momentum would not disappear. Even if he was cultivating in seclusion, as long as he opened his eyes, the natural sword momentum would be ready to be unleashed. This was a shocking blow to the invader, catching him off guard. He was Baiming Feng. Xiao Chen was one of the 10 strongest swordsmen of Dragon Flame City, one of the sovereigns of the southern city. Over the years, he had killed countless aggrieved souls with his sword. Relying on the 4-foot-long sword, he had established an illustrious reputation. Very few people dared to provoke him. But tonight, under the lonely shadow of the waning moon, a young man in white walked over. The bright moon was not round, and the stars did not twinkle. Tonight it was very dark. The man in white walked over with a saber in his hand. When he was 10 li away from the pavilion, Baiming Feng suddenly opened his eyes. Buzz, buzz, buzz! Auras clashed, and the saber and sword hummed. The decorations on the top floor shattered one by one, and cracks appeared in the pillars as they struggled. Dense saber intent and sword intent clashed with each other, causing the cracks to spread continuously. The instant Baiming Feng opened his eyes, he instantly grasped the sword beside him and drew it by 1 centimeter. A dazzling sword light and a sharp sword wind made Baiming Feng's long hair and clothes flutter wildly. However, by the time Baiming Feng opened his eyes, it was already too late. This was because Xiao Chen had already drawn his saber, and Baiming Feng had only just opened his eyes. Boom! The pavilion instantly shattered, turning into countless shards. However, Baiming Feng had not even drawn his sword yet. Whoosh! An even stronger saber light completely crushed Bai Mingfeng's sword wind, extinguishing it and forcibly driving it away. Before Bai Mingfeng could swing his sword, the saber light knocked the sword in his hand away. Cassier! The saber light chopped down, chopping off Bai Mingfeng's right hand, which originally held the sword. Blood spurted out like a fountain. When the pavilion shattered, Bai Mingfeng stabbed his sword into the ground, kneeling on one knee. His complexion was pale, but he did not say anything. Xiao Chen sheathed his saber, and the saber light that lit up the dark night vanished. However, Xiao Chen's white robes were still clearly visible in this quiet night. I am a vengeful person. Half a year ago, you stabbed me with your sword and nearly took my life. Half a year later, I will return the favor and cut off one of your arms. Right after Bai Mingfeng spoke, Xiao Chen left with his saber in hand, going further away in the hazy night sky with the waning moon hanging high. As Bai Mingfeng looked at his chopped-off arm, he revealed a bitter smile. Bai Mingfeng had long known that a demonic genius had appeared in the northern city. In the past half a year, this person had challenged all the experts in Dragon Flame City. He also knew that this person was the white-clad bladesman who once caught his sword with his bare hand. Furthermore, Bai Mingfeng knew that the other party would definitely come looking for him before leaving. However, Bai Mingfeng did not leave. Firstly, he could not bear to part with the profits he had accumulated in Dragon Flame City over the years. Secondly, he did not believe that he could not catch Xiao Chen's saber. Bai Mingfeng knew that Xiao Chen was like him, a proud and aloof person. Half a year ago, when Xiao Chen caught his sword, Bai Mingfeng stopped making a move, letting Xiao Chen leave. Unfortunately, after half a year, Bai Mingfeng failed to catch this saber strike. Losing an arm was the price Bai Mingfeng paid for his confidence. Bai Mingfeng picked up the chopped-off arm on the ground and quickly left without saying a word. Bai Mingfeng had made many enemies over the years. If he did not leave after losing an arm, he would be seeking death. Those enemies would not be as polite as Xiao Chen. At sunrise, a black horse carriage kicked up dust as it sped on the road leading to soaring Dragon City. Xiao Chen sat cross-legged in the carriage, cultivating with his eyes closed, not slacking off at all. See. Cold chi spread out in the carriage, and snowflakes flew everywhere, condensing into ice feathers drifting about. In the past half a year, Xiao Chen had already cultivated the ice feather divine incantation to the third layer. This was already very fast. In the future, Xiao Chen would have to slow down. Unless Xiao Chen ran into some fortuitous encounter or an ice-attributed natural treasure. Right now, Xiao Chen had a head of long hair, half white and half black. Despite his handsome air, there was now a hint of coldness. After 3 days and 3 nights, soaring Dragon City came into view. Xiao Chen still needed to deal with some things before he could leave the soaring Dragon Great Realm and return to the Grave Sea's Purple Flame Sect. Xiao Chen still had many harvests in the underground Dragon City, like the blaze crystals and all sorts of natural treasures that he could not use. After cultivating for half a year, he had exhausted a lot of spirit jades, so he needed to replenish them. Whoosh! Ma Cheng suddenly shrank back and then strangely vanished, appearing on Xiao Chen's clothes, which had suddenly appeared. Xiao Chen would arrive at soaring Dragon City in another half a day. There was no need to use the cycle war, chariot to travel. Just as Xiao Chen prepared to continue on, a strange aura attracted his attention. At some point in time, the busy road had turned quiet, no carriages or people in sight. Blocking the road? These 2 words were Xiao Chen's first reaction. To be able to block the road to soaring Dragon City. How capable must this person be? Without the tacit approval of the cluster lord's residence or some connection, it would be impossible to block the road. Who would dare to offend the soaring dragon marquis? That was a marquis conferred by an immortal dynasty. It represented not only honor but also deterrence and strength, not some symbolic thing. Whoosh! 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 Light flickered, and 18 figures approached from afar, surrounding Xiao Qin. They were all dressed in black, revealing only a pair of sharp eyes and a cold, murderous aura. Their footsteps were firm, and their cultivations were peak, major, primal core realm cultivators. With one look, one could tell that these people were skilled in formations and good at working together to kill. Hand over the ancient dragon race totem. I'll give you 1 second to consider. Kill. Without waiting for Xiao Qin to reply, when the 18 saw that he did not quickly take out the ancient dragon race totem, a murderous intent spread from their bodies. The murderous intent immediately erupted. Like a tsunami or a volcano erupting, the 18 drew their short swords at the same time. Piercing beams of light shot out from their feet. The light beams connected and instantly formed a 3-dimensional formation, trapping Xiao Qin in it. This trapped Xiao Qin within, making it difficult to advance or retreat. Danger lurked everywhere. Chapter 1751. An expert. This was a tacit understanding that could only be cultivated by a true assassin for 10 years, or even dozens of years. Countless resources were needed to accumulate. Behind these simple 18 people was a great power whose depths could not be seen. Nurturing such 18 people would require much more resources than hiring a star venerate expert. Resources had a price, but time was priceless. Not everyone had the ability to spend more than a decade to nurture such death warriors. There must be a huge force behind it. There must be specialized people and organizations that carry out systematic training. Light and shadow flickered between black and white. Countless sword shadows charged toward Xiao Qin, stabbing, slashing left and right. In the sky, on the ground, in all directions, there was not a single blind spot. Clang, clang, clang. Unsheathing his saber, Xiao Qin did not move an inch. His expression was calm as he brandished the saber in his hand. As the sword and saber clashed, all sorts of clanging sounds could be heard. It was exceptionally shocking. The round of attacks that were like an inescapable net ended in the blink of an eye. Another round followed, not giving anyone a chance to catch their breath. Between heaven and earth, light and shadow danced. This 3-dimensional array was shrouded by layers of sword shadows. From an outsider's point of view, they could only see the dancing swords forming a huge sphere. After 18 rounds, the black shadow returned to its original position. There were no wounds on Xiao Qin's body. After half a year of training, his saber skills had reached a whole new level. When Xiao Qin waved his hand, his saber light could easily envelop place. With one move, he could easily block the combined attacks of several people. But the situation was still not optimistic. Xiao Qin felt that this complicated and profound formation was just the beginning. There were still many more incredible moves that he had yet to bring out. The targets of this formation should be middle-stage star venerates or even late-stage star venerates. He had to defeat one of them. Otherwise, if the other party were to continue to display the might of the formation, they would be unable to escape. He would definitely perish here today. Change formation. Just as Xiao Qin expected, the leader of the black-robed men snorted coldly. The 18 figures quickly changed positions. The light on the ground and the connected sword shadows in the air kept changing. Like a ripple, all sorts of killing intents assaulted Zhangxian unceasingly. The formation was filled with killing intent. One wrong step and they would fall into a bottomless abyss and be dismembered. Xiao Qin had no choice but to follow suit. He tried his best to find the slightest chance of survival in the array formation. Of the 50 dia numbers, 9 out of 40 are used and 1 is missing. The heavenly Tao was heartless, but no matter what, there would always be a chance of survival. Any killing formation was like this. It could not go against the natural order. No matter how many layers of killing intent there would always be a chance of survival. What was difficult was to distinguish between real and between fake and real. How to divide it? How to argue? Fortunately, Shao Chun was proficient in the art of geomancy. He had been through hundreds of battles and was particularly sensitive to killing intent. In such a killing formation, Shao Chun kept flashing about, narrowly avoiding the layers of danger. Wait, killing intent gathered in Shao Chun's eyes. He still had many trump cards that he had yet to use, even though it was dangerous and he could lose his life at any moment. However, he had not used any of these trump cards. Either he didn't use it, or once he did, he would be sealed with blood and killed without mercy. The 18 assassins watched in shock as Shao Chun continuously moved about but failed to land a hit. This formation was called the Star-Killing Formation. As the name suggested, it was used to kill star venerates. Once it was executed, there was no chance of failure. However, today, Shao Chun was just a major primal core venerate. Even after fighting for so long, he still did not show any openings. Attack! The leader of the assassins shouted, losing some patience. Immediately, 9 figures soared into the air and thrust their swords at Shao Chun. The 9 swords merged into one, and space trembled. If there were a tall mountain here, it would definitely collapse. Even a middle-stage star venerate would have to dodge the attack of the 9 swords merged into one. As long as one retreated, one would fall into the killing intent of the formation, consigned to eternal damnation. The 9 people's eyes were sharp, cold, emotionless, devoid of color, only a heavy death chi. Shao Chun stood upright with his hands behind his back. Then he smiled coldly and said, "I was waiting for you to attack." 2 spots of light appeared in Shao Chun's eyes, one golden and one white. The Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram suddenly took form. Yin-Yang, the 4 divisions, the 8 trigrams, and all sorts of mysterious phenomena appeared. Dang! The 9 swords struck the diagram, but did not budge at all, unable to break it. Scatter! Shao Chun pushed with his hand, and the Yin-Yang flame diagram gave off a bright golden light. Then it charged forward, sweeping through everything in its path, unblockable. Before the 9 black-clad assassins could retreat, the Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram crashed into them. They immediately vomited large mouthfuls of blood and went flying back. The star-killing formation instantly broke. When the light and shadow disappeared, the feeling of being restrained by the light and shadow that had been lingering around Shao Chun vanished. Resolving the mundane, severing the 7 emotions, severing the 6 desires, resolving the mundane, achieving eternity. After being suppressed for so long, Shao Chun's killing intent erupted like a flash flood as he swung his saber. The 9 black-clad assassins who got knocked away all got chopped in half at the waist, splattering blood everywhere. Mission failed. Retreat. The leader paled in shock. In a fluster, he decisively retreated, not daring to get involved. After all, the 9 were not star venerates. Once the formation failed, they returned to their original form. You think you can leave? Shao Chun snorted coldly. His figure trembled, and he executed Dermic Whirled, turning into a 3-kilometer-tall giant. When Shao Chun landed, he trampled 3 fleeing black-clad assassins to death. Then, just as he was about to recover his true form, he sent out a saber strike with all his might. The saber light grew to 30 kilometers long, looking like a rainbow descending from the sky, killing another 4 people. Ice Blood Lightning Dragon! The instant Shao Chun recovered his true form, a berserk tricolor dragon flew out of his palm. It grew with the wind, bearing fangs and claws as it instantly swallowed up a person. The situation reversed in an instant. Only the leader managed to flee more than 5 kilometers away. However, before that leader could rejoice or sigh, he saw an invisible will carrying the might of the world howling over. Everywhere this will passed, strong winds howled, and the grass bent. It was like a sovereign descending, all things submitting. Boom! The leader felt like a mountain crashed into him. He grunted and vomited a mouthful of blood as he knelt on the ground. Xiao Chen's will of soul suppressed this person to the point that he could not move. The might of the world froze this space. The drifting dust, the flying tree branches, and the passing birds all froze. It was like time had stopped flowing. Xiao Chen stretched out his hand and grabbed. Nothing moved except the leader's body. Then he ruthlessly pulled it back. As Xiao Chen grabbed the leader's body, he showed a sullen expression as he tossed it away like trash. This person was already dead. The moment the will of soul suppressed him, he committed suicide. Xiao Chen withdrew his will of soul into his body. Rumble. The trees fell to the ground, the dust flew up again, and the birds flew away in a fluster. Corpses littered the ground, with severed limbs and a heavy stench of blood lingering in the surroundings. Xiao Chen's expression turned somewhat scarily sullen. His alternating black and white hair exuded a startling chill from his entire body. It was like his killing qi was sealed in ice. Xiao Chen looked at the silhouette of soaring Dragon City at the limits of his vision. Xiao Chen muttered, "The cluster lord's residence." There was no grudge between them. Yet Xiao Chen made such a killing move. He was truly ruthless. Xiao Chen's figure flashed, vanishing from where he stood. Then he headed for Soaring Dragon City silently. His destination was Soaring Dragon City's cluster lord's residence. It was never too late for a gentleman to take revenge. At the same time, a group of unwelcome guests arrived at Dragon Flame City, which was still far away. 7 or 8 people gathered at the city gates. All of them had extraordinary auras and a withdrawn sharpness. Vaguely, they stirred up the world. Even though they hid their sharpness, their invisible auras made others retreat, not daring to stand together with them. They were like beggars, not daring to sit together with a sovereign king. The leader was a woman in a plain red dress. She had a graceful figure, and her black hair fluttered in the wind, stirring up all sorts of flirtatious feelings, intoxicating one. Dragon Flame City. The woman in the red dress had a small, exquisite saber hanging at her waist. As she looked at the words Dragon Flame City, she said softly, "This place is now the conferred land of the Yenwu dynasty's soaring dragon marquis." He bestowed it to his most beloved daughter, Cluster Lord Goyu. Who knows how long this place has been here? To think that the aura of my dragon race still lingers. This is incredible. The few people discussed in soft voices. As they spoke, the information they revealed made everyone's hair stand on end. Horror filled their eyes. The dragon race's people are here at Dragon Flame City. Something major is going to happen. Quickly, let's go. No one on the city walls dared to sneak a peek at this group of people. They scattered in a fluster. Everyone felt their legs go weak. A handsome youth among them said politely to the woman in the red dress, "Senior Sister Rua, news of an ancient dragon race totem came from this place." Chapter 1752. Lu Ria. The red dress girl was Qingyun Peak's Lu Ruiwa. She was here to investigate the ancient dragon race totem. The totem was very important to any race. If the totem fell into the hands of another race, it would be disadvantageous to the dragon race. This was even true for the ancient blue dragon, an extinct race. Lu Ruiwa said softly, "Junior brother Jiang, find out all the information within 1 hour." That handsome man smiled and said, "There is no need for 1 hour. Give me 15 minutes, and it will be done." Lu Ruiwa frowned slightly. Jiang Qing was a disciple of the white dragon race. He was very talented and had pretty good aptitude. After entering Ancestor Dragon City, the elders of the race had asked her to take care of this person. Everything about this person was good. However, he was somewhat arrogant and overbearing. He liked to use force to solve problems. In the end, Lu Ruiwa did not say anything. She led the others to an inn in Dragon Flame City to wait for news. Not long after, just as junior brother Jiang had said, he returned after a quarter of an hour. Senior Sister Lu, I already found out everything. Lu Ryua nodded and asked, What exactly happened? The disciple with the family name Jiang said, The rumor came from a cultivator called Xiaoqin. Everyone says that he has a dragon race totem. However, no one has seen him take it out. I only heard that he and some other cultivators saw a dragon race totem in one of the ancient dragon cities. Senior Sister, it looks like this rumor is not reliable. How can my dragon race totem be something that outsiders can easily obtain? The totem's rejection of outsiders is extraordinarily strong. If it could be easily obtained, then this totem would be damaged already, and it would not be very important. Right after the disciple with the family name Jiang spoke, someone immediately calmly analyzed the situation. However, Lu Ryue revealed a sullen expression. Then she whispered, Xiaoqin? This name sounds familiar, but I can't recall who he is. Strange. The disciple with the family name Jiang revealed a strange expression. He smiled and said, Senior Sister, regardless of whether he is familiar or not, I will capture this person and interrogate him. I'll be able to get to the bottom of everything. No, the matter is not clear yet. There is no need to make enemies. Who was the last to see this person? Bring me to him. The disciple with the family name Jiang nodded in agreement at Lu Ryue's calm way of handling things. However, he did not think much of it. If I had known that Senior Sister would ask this, I would have already brought him here. Jiang Cheng smiled faintly and clapped his hands. Feng Yuqiang appeared, feeling somewhat uneasy. Looking at the group of young men and women with extraordinary bearing, he felt a little guilty. Dragon race, these were the top 100 of the great desolate Aeon's 10,000 races. Based on the aura of this group of people, it was clear that they were from the 6-colored divine dragons, possessing a venerated status. Even if it wasn't far off. He was no match for any one of them, not to mention that the other party had the colossal dragon clan behind him. To him, this was a completely different level of existence. Normally, he would not be able to come into contact with such high-level, outstanding talents. Senior, were you the last person to see Xiaoqin? Please tell me about him in detail. The totem is closely related to our dragon clan. We cannot be careless. Lu Ryue looked at this old man and spoke calmly and politely, causing Feng Yuqiang to feel some fear and trepidation. Feng Yuqiang quickly bowed and said, I do not dare to address myself as senior. Just call me Old Feng. Jiang Cheng said with a sullen expression, This is our senior sister Lu, the holy daughter of the white dragon race. You can just address the holy daughter as your highness. Tell me everything you know. You are not allowed to miss out on anything. Yes. Feng Yuqiang's voice trembled somewhat. He had not expected to get the chance to see the dragon race's holy daughter. Feng Yuqiang told Lu Ryue everything about Xiaoqin, everything that should be said and everything that should not be said. After Lu Ryue heard that, her expression sank. Then she looked at Feng Yuqiang and said, You want to defeat that Xiaoqin with your strength? How bold of you to hide my dragon race's totem. I don't dare. Feng Yuqiang immediately felt a strong pressure bearing down on him. He quickly corrected himself, saying that he had been muddle-headed at that time and asking for forgiveness. Senior Sister, it looks like whether there is a totem or not is still a mystery. We have to find this Xiaoqin and interrogate him in person before we can find out. The person who calmly analyzed the situation earlier spoke again. Lu Ryue nodded and said, All right, you handle it then. Although a totem that can be subdued will not be complete, we cannot be careless about this. Wait a moment. As Lu Ryue spoke, she suddenly stopped. Earlier, that Feng Yuqiang said that this Xiaoqin had defeated all the experts in Dragon Flame City within half a year. Furthermore, Xiaoqin had defeated Feng Yuqiang in 10 moves. Although this Feng Yuqiang was trash in her eyes, he was still an early-stage star venerate. someone who could easily defeat him in 10 moves. Xiao Qin definitely had some strength and talent. Perhaps she did not care about him, but her companions might not be able to keep an eye on him. If that Xiao Qin sensed it and fled far away, it would be somewhat problematic to search for him. Junior brother Jiang, you will lead the team. You have to find this person. Remember, ask for the reason first. If you can avoid making a move, try not to. Jiang Qing nodded and said, don't worry. Leave it to me. However, if we all go, what about you, senior sister? Lu Riyue said sullenly, I need to find that underground dragon city and see if it is really an ancient city of my dragon race. All right. In that case, senior sister, take care. Just wait for our good news. Jiang Cheng's tone indicated that he was confident of finding Xiao Qin, so he did not care too much about it. When Lu Riyue saw Jiang Cheng acting like this, she could not help but feel a headache. She looked at the steadier disciple and said, Wu Su, keep an eye on junior brother Jiang. After all, this is the soaring dragon marquis's conferred land. I do not want to get into any unnecessary trouble with him. Right. Senior sister, don't worry. I believe that senior brother Jiang knows his limits. This group of people was very efficient. They left one after another to investigate Xiao Chen's whereabouts, leaving Lu Riyue alone in the hall. Seeing that no one greeted him, Feng Yuqiang said somewhat nervously, Your Highness, holy daughter, if there is nothing else, can this old man leave now? There's no rush. Lu Riyue took a sip of tea. Now that there was no one else around, her expression relaxed, no longer as stern. Draw that Xiao Chen's appearance for me. I want to see this person. A martial artist's memory and observation ability were very strong. Even if they were not good at painting, as long as they saw it once, they would be able to recognize it. He could remember a person's appearance and temperament. Feng Yuqiang was a star venerate. Naturally, this matter did not pose a problem for him. After preparing the ink and paper, he finished drawing after a while. The white-robed Xiao Qin stood on the roof with his saber in hand. His long hair was a mix of black and white. His handsome face had a rather cold expression. Lu Riyue waved her hand to dismiss Feng Yuqiang. She was entranced by the painting. The person in the painting was very familiar. However, Lu Riyue could not recall when she had seen this person before. Xiao Qin in white. This long robe, this person, why do they feel so familiar? Lu Riyue stared at the painting, feeling confused. Her face was filled with doubt. Of course, he was familiar with it. The white robe was the clear breeze robe that she had personally given to Xiao Qin, and he had been wearing it all this time. Although the clear breeze robe was not a treasure tool, it had been an extraordinary secret treasure in the past. It could clean itself automatically and repair itself. As for the appearance, that was the person she loved. Over the past 10-odd years, his temperament had changed, but his appearance had not. How could she not be familiar with him? In the past, when she was young, she did not understand love. She only knew that one had to say one's love loudly. In the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, he once called out her name on a tall peak. All for the person he loved, he shouted out what he wanted to say in his heart. He would never forget the past of Qingyun Peak. He left the Kunlun realm to search for you. However, it seemed like Lu Riyue could not remember the past. She looked at the painting in a daze, unable to recall anything. I must have remembered wrongly. I do not know this person. After a long time, Lu Riyue concluded that she could not find this person in her memories. She was very confident in her memory. If she had seen this person before, she would definitely recall it. Since she could not recall it, she could only say that she had never seen this person before. I'll stop thinking about it. I'll go and search for the underground dragon city first. When junior brother Jiang brings this person back, I might be able to recall it. Lu Riyue's expression returned to normal. Then, she put down the painting and stood up to leave. Just as Lu Riyue was about to leave the hall, she paused for a moment and turned back. Then, She placed the painting in her storage ring before leaving. Chapter 1753. At this moment, Xiao Chen naturally did not know that the person he yearned for day and night had already arrived in the soaring dragon great world. In Dragon Flame City, where he had stayed for more than half a year, a few days after he had left. But sometimes life was just so coincidental. Xiao Chen had been in Dragon Flame City for 8 or 9 months, but Lu Ruyue had not come. He had only been gone for 3 days, and Lu Ruyue came. Brushing shoulders was like this. After quietly sneaking into soaring Dragon City, Xiao Chen spent half an hour and arrived in the vicinity of the princess mansion in the city. The county lord's mansion was built in a grand and majestic manner. It occupied a vast area, and from afar an invisible and majestic aura lingered above it. That was the luck of the dynasty. The soaring dragon marquis was personally conferred a noble title by the Yanwu dynasty. Furthermore, he was a marquis. Naturally, with the protection of the dynasty's luck, the land where his children were infeft would naturally have some imperial dragon clouds. However, it was not as powerful and obvious as the soaring dragon marquis manor. However, those who were observant would be able to sense the dynasty's dragon clouds above the cluster lord's residence. Even though it was a meager amount, it was still enough to make one tremble with fear. Any major character who saw this formless dragon providence would give them some face and not barge in. As for the weaker characters, such as holy venerates and sovereign personages, they did not dare to act rashly. But today Xiao Chen was angry. On his way here, he was intercepted for no reason. He almost died, but he couldn't vent his anger or calm down. If he didn't get to the bottom of this, he would naturally feel indignant. If there was an opportunity to sneak into the county lord's residence, he would definitely not let it go. Although he was angry, Xiao Chen was still cautious and did not act rashly. Just observing from afar, he didn't dare to approach rashly. That was because, for many experts, even if you were 100 miles away, just a glance would be sensed by others. There must be such a person in the princess's mansion. However, Xiao Chen was just a rank 1 major primal core venerate. The other party would not have imagined that a venerate would dare to make a move on the cluster lord's residence. Even if he did, he wouldn't care and would just ignore it. It was just like how an elephant would not care about an ant's opinion. However, this was precisely Xiao Chen's advantage. It was also the reason why he dared to fight. Xiao Chen sighed inwardly as he looked around in every direction. The princess's residence was indeed heavily guarded. Just the formations alone were stacked on top of one another, and no one knew how many there were. What was even more difficult to say was that there were experts overseeing every important road, and there was a large number of guards patrolling back and forth. There were no blind spots. In addition to the hired mercenaries, the experts of the county lord's mansion were stronger than most of the 4th grade sects. Are there no blind spots? Xiao Chen did not believe it. The heavenly insight divine, I flew out from his glabella. The gods, I hung high in the sky, overlooking the entire princess residence, except for a few places hidden by special maze formations. Every flower, every blade of grass, every detail was clearly seen by Xiao Chen. He didn't need to explore any secret places. He just needed to see if there were any flaws in the defense. Or it would be better to choose the place with the least risk. He could clearly see that there were many experts guarding the important places in the cluster lord's residence. Some of the outer areas were only patrolled by ordinary guards, but they were all set up with formations. If Xiao Chen barged in, he would immediately trigger the formations and be discovered. Then he would raise the alarm and get caught by the many experts. No formation could be perfect and flawless. Naturally, the formations laid by the cluster lord's residence had gaps. However, it was made up of layers of formations that were stacked on top of each other, and several formations were constantly revolving. If the first layer had a gap, the second layer would patch it up. If the second layer had a gap, the third layer would patch it up. So on and so forth, There were a total of 18 formations layered over each other. Xiao Qin made a quick count. As long as he broke through 9 formations, he would be able to enter safely. Xiao Qin was not proficient in the formation Dao. However, he was proficient in the dragon-seeking art and had some accomplishments in geomancy. He could see many clues from the many decorations in the cluster lord's residence. The fake mountains, pavilions, and winding corridors. Many of the seemingly ordinary buildings were the nodes of the formations. Using the heavenly insight, Xiao Qin saw everything. Then he used the dragon-seeking art in the Paradise secret canon and continuously calculated for 4 hours. After spending a lot of energy, Xiao Qin finally figured out some patterns, gaining some confidence. Withdraw! The heavenly eye returned to Xiao Qin's forehead. His eyes hurt slightly, so he closed them and rested for a while. The instant he opened his eyes, he gently pushed off with his feet and withdrew his aura. Then he soared into the air and flew towards the cluster lord's residence. This looked crazy and impossible. However, in reality, he was just a mere major primal core venerate. He did not have much of a presence near the cluster lord's residence. Even if someone sensed him, they would not care too much. Furthermore, Xiao Qin had purposely chosen this direction, a rather remote corner. First layer. Xiao Qin's body swayed gently, and he successfully broke through the gap in the first layer of formations without causing any strange activity. Second layer, breakthrough. Third layer, breakthrough. Relying on the countless simulations in his mind, Xiao Qin made his way to the 8th layer. However, when he reached the 9th layer, he suddenly discovered that the 9th layer started to reverse. Damn it! Xiao Qin cursed in his heart. Then he had no choice but to forcefully land. This landing node was not good. The moment he landed, a patrolling team arrived not far away. If Xiao Qin cleared the 9th layer, he could land in a deserted place. Who is it? The leader of that team of guards immediately shouted when he saw Xiao Qin appear. Xiao Qin's face sank. He quickly turned around and said coldly, "Who gave you the courage to speak to me with such an attitude? Even your cluster, Lord, does not dare to do this." Dressed in white, this leader stood out from the crowd. His hair alternated between black and white, giving him a cold and aloof air. As Xiao Qin spoke, he spread out some of his will of soul. The strong aura instantly weakened the aura of that major primal core venerate, captain of the guards. There were many guards in the cluster lord's residence. Most of the captains were at this level. The true experts were all guarding secret places or special checkpoints. Furthermore, the guests that the cluster lord's residence hired were people of high status. They would not use their talents to patrol. Normally, the guards would sound the alarm after discovering an uninvited guest. Only then would the experts of the cluster lord's residence be startled. Xiao Qin's actions immediately shocked this group of guards. They did not sound the alarm. They did not expect that someone who was not even a star venerate would dare to barge into the cluster lord's residence. They subconsciously treated Xiao Qin as the cluster lord's honored guest or an outstanding young talent that the cluster lord fancied, wanting to nurture him and send him to the Marquis's residence in the future. There were many such outstanding young talents in the cluster lord's residence. Xiao Qin fulfilled all the requirements. Xiao Qin retorted coldly, "Why are you making such a fuss? Do you think that I'm an assassin?" That person felt somewhat embarrassed by Xiao Qin's reprimand. "I do not dare." Indeed, how could there be a major primal core venerate assassin? That would be a joke. This time I'm really unlucky. Xiao Qin stepped forward and said indifferently, "Someone come out. Bring me to Cooling Heart Lake." When that guard captain heard that, he relaxed. Cooling Heart Lake was an important place in the depths of the cluster lord's residence. Outsiders would not know about it. This white-clad bladesman should have just arrived at the cluster lord's residence and lost his way. He hurriedly nodded in agreement and called out someone to lead the way for Xiao Chen. However, in reality, Xiao Chen's heavenly eye had already seen the cooling heart lake from outside. His strong state of mind allowed Xiao Chen's expression to remain calm. Even after the group of guards left, his expression did not change. Along the way, he casually chatted with the guard who was leading the way. To his surprise, Xiao Chen learned that Countess Goyu was currently meeting with an honored guest from the Soaring Dragon County. These guards had no idea who this mysterious person was, but judging from his demeanor, his status was definitely incomparably noble. "Young master, the Cooling Heart Lake is not far from here. I still have a mission to complete, so I won't be able to send you off personally," the guard said respectfully. Xiao Chen nodded and gestured for him to leave. It was very troublesome to enter, but after entering, Xiao Chen was quite relaxed, because basically no one paid attention to him or suspected him. There were even people who would kiss and nod their heads to greet him. Suddenly, Xiao Chen looked around and saw a familiar face in the county lord's mansion. "It's her." Xiao Chen's gaze immediately turned somewhat gloomy. No wonder. Everything makes sense now. Chapter 1754. Boom! The other guards were still entangled with Xiao Yu, the maidservant. They had no time to care about Xiao Chen, so they did not notice anything strange. After a while, he smiled embarrassedly and said, "Interesting. Why are you reacting so strongly? If you wanted it, I would have let you have it. However, you did not make a move. You have to know that many people are interested in the ancient dragon race totem. If not for giving Father Face, someone would have come here long ago to make a move. However, you did not make a move. Sooner or later, it would benefit others. Let me in. I want to see the Cluster Lord. I have urgent matters to discuss with the Cluster Lord." Lan Luo's eyes turned somewhat moist. She had never experienced such a strange emptiness and sadness before. Long Bo smiled faintly and said, "It's fine. You may withdraw. You all have done well." Then he lowered his body and hid his aura. With a somewhat dazed expression, Lan Luo said, No wonder you kept me here, not letting me out." Seventh brother? The moment Lan Luo heard that, she completely erupted. She could no longer hide her killing chi. Long Bo frowned slightly, feeling somewhat confused in his heart. What's going on? It seems like Lan Luo really wants to kill. At the entrance to the garden in front of Xiao Chen, the maidservant Xiao Yu, who once served him in the Soaring Dragon Pavilion, walked quickly in a somewhat flustered manner. That was to say, Xiao Yu's cultivation was already much higher than Xiao Chen's. He could not tell just from her aura. Xiao Chen's spiritual sense turned into a thin line and entered through the cracks in the roof. Now that he thought about it, Cluster Lord Goyu had actually noticed him long ago. That man, called Long Bo, was somewhat stunned. Unexpectedly, Lan Luo's reaction was so great. Xiao Chen was startled. He could not make out this old man's cultivation at all. Based on her appearance, it seemed like Xiao Yu wanted to make a move and barge in. That mysterious honored guest's guard focused all his attention on the maidservant Xiao Yu. However, Xiao Yu did not mention the guard's obstruction. Instead, she answered, "Cluster Lord, 7th Young Master sent out the 18 Dark Shadow Guards to kill Young Master Xiao. He even got people to block the way." The scene inside immediately appeared in Xiao Chen's mind with a single glance. Clearly, Lan Luo was very impatient. She said with a sullen expression, "What exactly do you want to say? Just say it directly. Stop trying to beat around the bush." It was Xiao Yu, the maidservant, who served Xiao Chen twice in the Soaring Dragon Pavilion. He didn't even notice that he was being followed. Who's up there? Only by seeing the other party in action would one be able to tell. Xiao Chen's mind raced. The other party should be reporting to the princess now. Good news? In the shadows behind him hid an extremely inconspicuous old man. His eyes were closed, and he stood with his hands behind his back. Princess Goyu was the true master of this place. A group of guards came in and knelt on the ground. "Follow her." At first, Xiao Chun thought that he had seen wrongly, but after confirming it, he realized that he was not mistaken. "You're courting death." Xiao Qin had once met the auctioneer in the Purple Sun region's Purple Sun City, the girl who left in tears after being provoked by his words. On the eaves, Xiao Chun was greatly shocked. Could it be that he had guessed wrong? The young man smiled and said, "All right, then I won't talk anymore. I heard that an ancient dragon clan totem appeared in his younger sister's conferred land. Coincidentally, I have a friend in the imperial capital who is very interested in this and wants my help." The kind of skillful cooperation required a lot of resources and time. However, it was not a problem for the soaring dragon marquis. If she wasn't the one who sent the 18 assassins, could it be someone else? Lan Luo's expression suddenly turned incredibly cold, making Longbow feel that something was wrong. Just as he was about to say something, he pushed the maidservant, Xiaoyu, out of this place. However, it was just a strange movement, and some murderous intent appeared in Lan Luo's eyes. The old man hiding behind Longbow suddenly opened his eyes. "How dare you? Don't you know that this is the cluster lord's residence? If you still don't move, don't blame me for being impolite. Move." Longbow sat down and took a sip of tea. Then he said, "Now that things have reached this point, younger sister, don't be angry. The 18 guards should be returning soon with good news." Xiao Qin quietly hid himself and followed behind the maidservant, Xiaoyu. At this moment, Xiaoyu's footsteps were flustered, her expression hurried. Seeing that something was wrong, the guards in other places also came over. If one did not look carefully, one would not have noticed them. This made Xiao Qin wonder, who in the world is so thick-skinned? To think that this person was so rude to the people of the cluster, lord's residence, not letting them in just like that. Xiao Qin discovered some clues. Now that he thought about it, the cluster lord seemed to be receiving guests right now. Longbow picked at his fingernails and sighed casually. "It's too late. I already made my move." It was not convenient to make a move in Dragon Flame City. After leaving the city, he immediately sent out the assassins. Whoosh! Whoosh! Xiao Chen's eyes lit up. This sudden incident immediately opened up several gaps in the guards of this pavilion. Their attire was somewhat different from that of the cluster lord's residence's guards, and their cultivations were more refined. However, this woman's current expression seemed somewhat off. "Seventh young master, we already did our best." However, she still barged in. "Seventh young master, please punish her." "That is very likely. An opportunity," Lan Luo asked in shock when she noticed some wounds on Xiaoyu's body. Xiao Chun recalled that Xiaoyu had mentioned several times back then, wanting to introduce him to the cluster lord. Lan Luo felt like a rock was pressing down on his heart, making him feel incredibly uncomfortable. "Xiaoyu, why are you like this?" This truly startled Xiao Qin, nearly exposing his aura. That woman was actually Lan Luo. The woman sitting beside the young man had exquisite facial features. Even though she wore gorgeous and noble attire, she could not hide her proud figure. Back then, Xiao Chen thought that it was a coincidence or fate. Now, it looked like it was just a premeditated plan. The 18 dark shadow guards. Cluster, Lord Goyu. This pavilion looks a bit like a temporary residence prepared for guests. This blow was simply too great, somewhat unbearable. Her body trembled slightly, and her complexion paled somewhat. However, the soaring dragon marquis had many children. Whether he could inherit the marquis's title or not was another matter. 2 people sat on the host's seat, a man and a woman. Xiao Chen's body was as light as a swallow's. He swayed slightly and his arms spread out. Then he crossed 1 kilometer and silently landed on the pavilion's roof. There were black-clothed guards standing guard at the 4 corners of the pavilion. Their expressions were grave and stern, and their faces were filled with pride. Just at this moment, the pavilion's doors opened forcefully, and the maidservant, Xiaoyu, rushed in a fluster. Xiao Yu feared that she would not be able to hold back and directly attack. It turned out that this person was also the soaring dragon Marquis' son. No wonder he was so imposing and the guards were so arrogant. That guard showed a sullen expression, showing that he did not allow any room for negotiation. The maidservant, Xiao Yu, showed an anxious expression. She tried to barge in several times but was blocked. The atmosphere immediately turned tense. What are you doing? Even if it is the cluster lord's residence, we are not allowed to disobey 7th young master's orders. This was truly unexpected. To think that the other party had such an esteemed status. To think that she was the soaring dragon Marquis' most beloved daughter. When the maidservant thought of this, she could not help revealing some murderous intent in her eyes. When Lan Luo heard this, she immediately stood up. Then, with a sullen expression, she said in an extremely grave tone, "Longbow, scram far away. If I find out that you dared to touch that dragon race totem, I will immediately fall out with you." At this moment, Xiao Qin, who was on the roof, understood the cause and effect of the matter. "7th brother, why did you call me over?" After about 7 minutes, Xiao Chen followed Lan Luo from a distance to a pavilion in the cluster lord's residence. It's her. Her chest was slightly open, purposely revealing a patch of snow-white skin. Her chest was half covered, attracting one's imagination and soul. Could it be that the news of me killing all 18 assassins has already spread? Lan Luo said with a sullen expression, "You don't need to care about my matters. If you dare to have any designs on that ancient dragon race totem, don't blame me for being rude." What's going on? However, what surprised Xiao Qin was that the maidservant Xiao Yu was blocked. Naturally, Xiao Yu knew about Xiao Chen's matters in Dragon Flame City and knew his whereabouts. "Young miss, please conduct yourself with dignity. 7th young master is currently in a meeting with the cluster lord. He strictly ordered that no one is allowed to approach." The man was elegant and handsome, and his face was full of nobility. He looked very young, no more than 25 years old. Lan Luo continued, "If anything happens to that person, there is no need for you to leave. You'd best pray that there is no good news. Keep an eye on him. From now on, do not allow him to take even half a step out of the pavilion." Lan Luo felt an emptiness in her heart. Once the 18 dark shadow guards appeared, how could Xiao Qin possibly survive? After saying that coldly, Lan Luo waved her hand, no longer willing to see Longbow's face. It turned out that she had misunderstood Lan Luo. The one who wanted to kill her was this Longbow, the soaring dragon Marquis' 7th son. Chapter 1755. With just a trace of killing qi in Xiao Chen's eyes, the old man protecting Longbow in the dark immediately discovered it. With a war cry, the old man immediately attacked. Up on the roof, Xiao Qin quickly thought of countermeasures. Either fight or leave. However, leaving was clearly unrealistic. With his identity exposed, how could he leave the cluster lord's residence? In that case, there was only one option left. With this thought, Xiao Qin attacked decisively, moving ahead of the old man. Xiao Qin gently pressed his palm down, and he descended along with the roof tiles and beams. In the time it took for a spark to fly, Xiao Qin dodged the old man's attack and charged at Longbow. The old man originally thought that after he discovered Xiao Qin, he would definitely flee. He did not expect that Xiao Qin would be so bold. Not only did he not flee, but he even charged down. His body happened to miss Xiao Qin's. When Xiao Qin reached the top of the building, he was already at the top of the building. The moment the old man reached the roof, Xiao Qin had already landed and was charging at Longbow. Damn it! The old man flew into a rage. To think that he was fooled by a venerate. He roared furiously and turned around to grab Xiao Qin. Longbow remained calm in the host's seat. He smiled coldly and said, "An insignificant venerate dares to attack me? You overestimate yourself." Longbow's forehead swelled up, and a vast will of soul immediately surged out. Without even thinking, Xiao Chen activated the azure-colored dragon seal in his soul pool and released a bright light. The will of soul, which contained the divine might of the blue dragon, charged forward without any fear. Boom! The two wills of soul clashed without any suspense. Xiao Chen's exquisite soul energy, which came from the faux god flame, supported the divine might of the blue dragon. The will of soul crushed Longbow's weak will of soul. Then it continued surging forward, firmly suppressing Longbow and preventing him from moving. All this happened in the time it took for a spark to fly. Nearly at the same time, the old man launched himself over. It looked like the old man would touch Xiao Chen in the next moment and subdue him. "Stop! If you take another step, I will kill him." Relying on his will of soul, Xiao Chen extended his hand and beckoned, controlling Longbow. Then he turned around abruptly. At this moment, the black-clad old man was only half a step away from Xiao Chen. If he had been slightly slower, he would have been immediately restrained and killed on the spot. "Release Lord Seven Kill." Xiao Chen squeezed Longbow's neck with one hand. When he exerted some force, Longbow's pale face immediately revealed a pained expression. The black-robed old man hurriedly retreated, not daring to move recklessly. At this moment, Xiao Chen calmed down a little. That was close. The black-clad old man before him was actually a terrifying late-stage star venerate. This kind of existence only needed one move to crush him to death. Of course, that was provided that Xiao Chen did not use the divine might from the faux god flame in his sea of consciousness. Xiao Chen! Everything happened too quickly. The moment Xiao Chen landed, a middle-aged man hidden in the dark shielded the cluster lord and retreated far away. When Lan Luo clearly saw Xiao Chen's appearance, she let out a soft cry, revealing an expression of unconcealable joy on her face. Upon hearing Lan Luo's call, Xiao Chen nodded slightly to indicate that he understood. "You are actually not dead? Where are my 18 dark shadow guards?" After learning Xiao Chen's identity, Longbow was greatly startled. Not only did the person with the dragon race totem not die, but he also managed to escape. Not only did that person with the dragon race totem not die, but he even charged into the cluster lord's residence and restrained him. The development of the situation completely surpassed Longbow's expectations. "Xiao Chen, don't be rash. Put him down. I'll help you deal with everything." After the pleasant surprise, Lan Luo calmed down. This was not the time to be happy. Xiao Chen was here for revenge and had subdued Longbow. If he rashly killed Longbow, he would not be able to escape. If Lan Luo rashly killed Longbow, the consequences would be unimaginable. Her father would definitely be enraged. At that time, even if Xiao Chen had extraordinary skills, he would not be able to survive. No, I can't let such a thing happen. Thinking of this, Lan Luo's heart raced again. She simply did not want to see the hope that just appeared shatter again. She absolutely could not let that suffocating, painful, and despairing experience from earlier happen again. She had to persuade Xiao Chen to stop. A vicious look flashed in Longbow's eyes. After being restrained by Xiao Chen, he felt restless. He said coldly, "Signorin, there's no need to care about me. Just make a move and kill this bastard. He will not dare to touch me." "Yes." A cold light flashed in the black-clad old man's eyes. Then his figure flashed as he launched himself over. "Cassier!" A crisp crack came from Longbow's neck. Then his entire head twisted to the back, and his body fell limply to the ground. If Xiao Chen was going to die anyway, why would he be polite to him and just wait for death? Longbow had underestimated Xiao Chen. He had never imagined that Xiao Chen would be someone who dared to take such a huge risk and barge into the cluster lord's residence. How could Xiao Chen be that kind of indecisive, wishy-washy person? The entire place fell deathly silent. The black-clad old man was stupefied. This was the seventh son of the soaring dragon marquis. Why did this white-clad person kill Xiao Chen on a whim? He did not hesitate at all, killing decisively and mercilessly. The black-clad old man was also naive. Why did Xiao Chen hesitate? What did he hesitate for? He stood where he was and thought about it. Was he going to do nothing in the midst of conflict and then get killed with one palm strike? Xiao Chen was not that stupid. He would not be that stupid, and he would not be that weak. While everyone was stunned, Xiao Chen turned around and left, quickly leaving this place. "Young master!" The black-clad old man shouted hoarsely as he knelt beside Long Bow's limp body in a fluster. His voice contained some despair. As Long Bow's personal guard, he had failed to protect his master. Naturally, he would not be able to escape death. He clearly understood how horrifying the soaring dragon marquis was. At this moment, only fear and despair remained in his heart. "Xiao Yu, pass down my orders. Let young master Xiao leave. No one is to stop him." "Yes." Lan Luo sent a voice projection, feeling slightly disappointed. This time, Xiao Chen did not listen to her again. She felt some heartache, but she could not explain why. "Big brother Bai, take a look and see if my seventh elder brother can be saved." As Lan Luo looked at Longbow's corpse, she also felt startled. Who could have expected Xiao Chen to be so decisive? "There's no need to look. He won't die." However, his will of soul shattered first, and he lost so much life force. Even if he is saved, he will be a cripple, and it will be hard for him to recover. That middle-aged man's eyes were like torches. With just one glance, he clearly analyzed Long Bow's situation. After all, Long Bow was a person on the verge of death. His aura had not yet ended, and his soul had not scattered. Before Xiao Chen could deal another heavy blow, he had to leave this place. Long Bow managed to keep his life. The process of leaving the cluster lord's residence was much easier than Xiao Chen expected. He did not use the divine might that he originally intended to use. He did not even draw the tyrant's saber. After thinking for a while, Xiao Chen understood the reason. Lan Luo must have arranged it. Now I owe her 2 favors. Xiao Chen sighed in his heart as he arrived on the street. Xiao Chen entered deep thought as he headed for the Smiling Daughter Pavilion. He definitely could not remain in Soaring Dragon City for long. He would have to find another place to sell off some of the treasures that he originally planned to sell. There was no rush. After all, they were all rare natural treasures. There was no need to worry about not being able to sell them. Xiao Chen was in a good mood. This was how he had always been, repaying kindness with kindness and grudges with grudges. He was decisive in killing and quick in settling grudges. If a gentleman could take revenge overnight, he would not wait 10 years. In life, if one was afraid of everything, thinking about this and that, what was the point of living? Xiao Chen did not feel any psychological burden when he personally killed Long Bow. Firstly, the other party had already sent out assassins on the way here, wanting to take his life. Even after being controlled by Xiao Chen, the other party had overestimated themselves and wanted to continue killing him. One could only say that one would not die if one did not seek death. Killing Long Bow would not leave behind any mental barriers for Xiao Chen. Without venting his anger, he would find it hard to calm down. Since Xiao Chen had vented his anger, his heart naturally calmed down. Right now, he only wanted to find a place to have a good drink. Naturally, the Smiling Daughter Pavilion was his first choice. Furthermore, he could ask about headliner Linglong and his martial nephew Lingyu. After a while, Xiao Chen arrived at the Smiling Daughter Pavilion. At this moment, the night sky was hazy. Dragon Flame City was brightly lit. This should have been when the Smiling Daughter Pavilion's business was at its peak. However, when Xiao Chen arrived, he felt only desolate. However, he only felt that it was cold and quiet. It was not as lively and noisy as when he first came here. The Smiling Daughter Pavilion seemed to have declined. Chapter 1756. There wasn't even a maid at the door to welcome the guests. After entering, Xiao Qin took the initiative to call for a maid, a private room, and a table of good wine. Xiao Qin said. The maid smiled faintly and said, "Young master is alone, right?" Xiao Qin pondered for a moment. "Prepare 2 portions." After entering the private room, Xiao Qin felt suspicious. He asked, "What's wrong? Is there no manager in the Smiling Daughter Pavilion recently? It's so deserted, not even a shadow can be seen." The maid smiled apologetically and said, "This young master, it should have been a long time since you came to Soaring Dragon City. Our Smiling Daughter Pavilion's fairy basket was stolen nearly a year ago. All the leaders have already returned to the imperial capital, and the headquarters have their own arrangements, so they can't return to Soaring Dragon City for the time being." When Xiao Qin heard that, he felt slightly stunned. Then he recalled that Jiang, he seemed to have stolen the fairy basket from the Smiling Daughter Pavilion at that time. Now, it was lying peacefully in his storage ring, covered in dust. If Zhang Xian hadn't mentioned it, he would have forgotten about it. "Without the fairy basket, can't you make another one?" Xiao Qin asked, confused. The maidservant smiled and said, "That will be difficult. A fairy is not something that can be casually created. It is a top-notch Dao artifact with complicated craftsmanship and complicated array formations. It will take at least 3 years. I don't know what will happen when the time comes." It turned out that forging fairy blue required so much effort. This surprised Xiao Qin. Xiao Qin picked up his wine cup and took a sip. Then he did not linger on this matter. Instead, he asked, "I wish to ask about Headliner Linglong. Do you know where she went and when she left?" The maidservant smiled warmly and said, "What a coincidence! I am Headliner Linglong's personal maidservant. My young miss also went to the capital. She left more than half a year ago and should have left a long time ago. But at that time, there was a silly boy who wanted to learn something called the pipa. I don't know what happened, but Miss actually agreed. With this delay, it took me another 2 months to leave. Learning the pipa?" Xiao Qin could not help smiling. Little martial nephew Lingyu is really going all out. "All right, you can go now. I'll call you if there's anything. All right, young master, please enjoy." After the maidservant left, Xiao Qin rummaged through his storage ring. In a corner, he found the dusty fairy basket. After staying in Dragon Flame City for so long, Xiao Qin had been so busy cultivating that he nearly forgot that he had a peak Dao tool. He remembered that when he tried to subdue it, he nearly got trapped inside. He had to sever his own spiritual sense before he finally managed to escape. Now that he had condensed his soul will, his soul energy was much stronger than before. He should be able to subdue this fairy basket and place his spiritual mark in it. Then he would gain complete control of this top-notch Dao artifact. Xiao Qin's spiritual sense entered the fairy basket. Soon, it penetrated deep into it. In an instant, he was trapped in a maze. Countless ancient screens appeared, crisscrossing and arranged in a complicated manner. Just like last time, the Xiao Qin formed by the spiritual sense was trapped inside, unable to get out at all. However, this time was different from the last time. Xiao Qin's strength was no longer what it was in the past, incomparable to the past. "Break!" With a shout, Xiao Qin condensed his will of soul and merged it with his spiritual sense. Then it burst out. A beam of azure light shot out, and in an instant, all the screens were reduced to dust that filled the sky. The dust became like snowflakes drifting in the dark void. Unlike last time, this time, snowflakes filled the air but did not form a new maze. This was because Xiao Qin had already broken the maze's origin from its foundation. There would no longer be a boundless maze that could never be broken. Xiao Qin advanced amid the flying dust. Then he saw a sleeping woman at the end of the maze. This woman looked like a fairy with her eyes closed, looking like she had just fallen asleep. Her eyelashes were clear, and her skin was as fair as snow. The Azure Lotus Fairy. She was the founder of the Smiling Daughter Pavilion. Back then, when countless spirit jades flew into the fairy basket, she was the woman who performed the sword dance. Xiao Qin still remembered the scene of flowers filling the hall, intoxicating 3,000 guests, and one sword strike, freezing 14 provinces. That elegant sword dance and the final sword strike were still fresh in Xiao Chen's mind, something he found hard to forget. When this woman was alive, she must have been a peerless beauty. Every frown and every smile of hers could topple nations. Hence, she was given the title of the Azure Lotus Fairy. Xiao Chen moved his gaze away from this woman with some difficulty. Then he circled to the back and removed the spiritual mark that the previous owner left behind. Then he imprinted a strand of his will of soul in it. The fairy basket officially changed owners. At this moment, the dark space lit up. When Xiao Chen's feet landed on the ground, he discovered a vast formation in his surroundings. That was right. It really was a vast formation. The sky was dotted with stars, and the moon palace hung high. With the bright moon as the eye of the formation, the not-so-bright stars formed 999 different formations. Hundreds of flowers bloomed on the ground, competing with each other in beauty. A sea of flowers stretched out as far as the eye could see. Xiao Chen could not see how many formations filled the sea of flowers. The sky and the ground were connected. The formations formed by the many stars were connected to the flower formations. With just a slight movement, the stars moved and the flowers bloomed and withered. There were thousands of changes, mysterious and unfathomable. The Azure Lotus Fairy quietly lay among the hundreds of flowers. Now Xiao Qin believed it. This Tao tool did indeed require at least 3 years to prepare. That was not right. It should be 3 years. Even Xiao Qin found this incredible. The sleeping Azure Lotus Fairy looked lovable and piqued his curiosity. Her tightly shut eyes were already so beautiful. If she opened them, what kind of charm would she have? However, this was just a thought. Xiao Qin knew the strangeness of this fairy basket. It needed to absorb enough spirit jades before it could activate the formations and bring out mysterious phenomena of different grades. The more spirit jades there were, the more beautiful and beautiful the mysterious phenomena would be. Rumor had it that no one in the Smiling Daughter Pavilion, the genuine fairy pavilion, had seen the Azure Lotus Fairy appear. It was only in some replicas that Fairy Blue Lotus would occasionally be invited out by wealthy guests to display her unrivaled sword dance. Xiao Chen rubbed his chin and frowned heavily as he looked at the stars' formation in the sky and on the ground. With his deep attainments in geomancy, he could tell that there was a peerless killing intent hidden in the complicated formation. However, it was hidden very deeply. Finding it would not be easy. Perhaps the rumors were true, and the fairy basket could not materialize only those beautiful, mysterious phenomena that looked good but were useless. If one understood its mysteries, it would become a Tao tool with immeasurable might. Perhaps one did not even need to understand its mysteries. One only needed to activate the formations formed by the stars and the moon in the sky and the vast sea of flowers on the ground. The killing intent might appear. Just think about it. How terrifying would a strand of killing intent condensed from so many formations be? Once it appeared, it would definitely be earth-shattering. However, Xiao Chen only thought about it. If he really wanted to activate all the formations in the fairy basket, he would need an astronomical amount of spirit jades. However, he kept it in his hands. In the future, if there was a great crisis, he might be able to use it as a powerful killing weapon. After withdrawing his spiritual sense from the fairy basket and returning to reality, Xiao Qin drank another cup of wine. The door to the private room opened, and Lan Luo walked in alone. When Lan Luo saw another set of wine on the table, she asked sullenly, "You knew that I would come? Why do you always refuse to listen to me, insisting on killing Long Bo?" Lan Luo asked somewhat agitatedly, not sitting down. In Purple Sun City, Xiao Qin refused to listen to Lan Luo, leaving behind the Iron Blood War banner and leaving Purple Sun City. In the cluster lord's residence, Xiao Chen refused to listen to Lan Luo again, directly killing Long Bo. The two incidents were very similar. Lan Luo simply could not understand. Xiao Chen thought for a long time before drinking a cup of bitter wine. Then he looked at the wine cup and asked, "Why do you think I have to listen to you? It looks like there are some differences between us that are hard to reconcile within a short time. This wine is on me. If fate wills it, we will meet again in the future. No matter what, I already owe you 2 favors." Lan Luo toyed with the wine cup in her hand and smiled bitterly to herself. Who owes whom? Must you calculate it so clearly? Since they did not get along, Xiao Qin felt somewhat helpless in his heart. He wanted to have a good chat with Lan Luo. However, he discovered that their characters were very different. Perhaps it could be said that they were both too strong. Neither gave in to the other. Both felt that they were in the right. Actually, neither was in the wrong, neither could be blamed. However, there were many things in this world that could not be simply explained by right or wrong. "I'll be leaving first." After putting down the wine cup, Xiao Qin stood up to leave. Just as he stood up, he discovered that the door to the private room was violently pushed open. 6 people appeared outside. The leader looked at Xiao Qin and smiled. "You want to leave?" "Not yet." This was Lu Ruyue's group of people who came to search for Xiao Qin. Chapter 1757. When Xiao Qin saw the 6 people outside, he instinctively felt a sense of familiarity. A familiar blood flowed in Xiao Chen's body. He could sense it with just a slight probe. Their gazes were both familiar and unfamiliar. He could discover it with just one glance. However, Xiao Chen did not feel any sense of familiarity. Instead, he became cautious. They came with ill intentions. There was no kindness in these people's eyes. They were all wary and grave. The leader of the group did not hide the ill intent in his eyes at all. In just an instant, Xiao Chen understood these people's purpose. They were here for the so-called ancient dragon race totem. Xiao Chen said directly, "I do not have the ancient dragon race totem on me. You also know that even if the totem is hidden in a storage ring, the people of the dragon race can sense it. Those of the dragon clan can also sense it. You should have your answer now." A person walked out from behind. It was Wu Su. Lu Ruyue favored this dragon race disciple who was steady and steady. However, his strength was not up to par. Wu Su looked at Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen's aura was somewhat familiar. However, it was also very unfamiliar. Such a situation was not rare. He should be a rather powerful dragon race disciple with a thin bloodline. This was not a divine dragon, a sky dragon, a thunder dragon, or a coiling dragon, a false dragon. This was what the dragon race called mixed blood dragons. Wu Su said after some thought, "Don't worry. We do not have any malicious intent. You do not have the aura of a totem on you. However, our holy daughter wants to meet you and understand the ins and outs of the matter." Holy daughter? Xiao Qin thought to himself. He felt somewhat curious about this holy daughter. However, he definitely could not go. One might know a person for a long time, but one could not judge their heart. The most important thing was that he could not tell anyone about the underground dragon city. This was especially so for the people of the dragon race. He had plundered so many dragon race treasures and even inherited the faux god flame. At that time, when the holy daughter asked, how should he answer? If he could not answer, it would arouse suspicion and conflict. After thinking for a while, Xiao Chen made his decision. He rejected, "I have things to do. If you have any questions, you can ask me now. Furthermore, I do not have the dragon race totem, so I do not have to go with you." Jiang Cheng smiled in disdain. "Reject? Do you have the right to refuse? You're just a lowly, mixed-blood dragon. Whether or not you have a totem is not up to you to decide. Senior Brother Wu is just being polite to you." What arrogance! Are all the members of your dragon tribe so arrogant and conceited? When Lan Luo, who was seated, heard the words lowly mixed-blood dragon, her heart skipped a beat, and she immediately became upset. He jumped to his feet and stood beside Xiao Qin, staring coldly at Jiang Qing. Jiang Qing looked at Lan Luo's attire and figure. He smiled coldly and said, "The noble clan scions of the dynasty's capital treat your smiling daughter Pavilion's women as important people. In my Jiang Qing's eyes, you are just prostitutes. Scram!" As soon as he said those words, he raised his hand and sent a slap over. Impudent! When Xiao Qin saw this, he was immediately infuriated. He didn't mind others calling him a mixed-blood dragon. The strong had their own demeanor, and there was no need to bicker with everyone. However, insulting his friend was a completely different matter. Without even thinking, Xiao Qin unleashed his aura and punched. 10 cauldron force instantly exploded out, arriving first despite being launched later and striking Jiang Qing's chest. Bang! As the fist light landed, Jiang Qing activated the veritable essence energy in his body and formed a protective shield. Originally, he thought that he could easily block this punch. Who would have imagined that Xiao Qin's punch would contain 10 cauldron force? When the two forces clashed, the moment the two forces clashed, they instantly erupted with vast energy. The entire private room trembled. The various decorations gave off a gentle light, trying to neutralize the surging energy. However, the force that erupted was simply too strong. The screen and the wall paintings only lasted for a moment before they all shattered, clanging endlessly. Jiang Qing was sent flying by the punch and landed in the middle of the hall. This strange sound startled everyone in the private rooms on this floor. They all peeked out to take a look. Everyone saw Jiang Qing crashing into the railing of the opposite corridor like a cannonball. Damn it! Jiang Qing immediately became enraged. He shouted, and an indistinct white dragon figure appeared behind him. However, that white dragon roared ferociously, looking ferocious and scary. A horrifying dragon might erupted from Jiang Qing's body. Bang! 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 The cultivators watching from the railing could not block this dragon might and got knocked into the air. Wu Su's expression changed slightly. His first senior sister had repeatedly instructed him not to blow this matter up. However, things still developed to this state. When Xiao Qin felt this dragon might, he saw a dragon-shaped shock wave surging over in front, berserk and ferocious. Stepping forward, Xiao Qin stretched out his hand and shielded cluster, Lord Goyu behind him. Xiao Qin's gaze remained calm as he punched again. This time he used the might of the blue dragon and erupted with 10 cauldron force. With a loud bang, the dragon-shaped chi wave was shattered on the spot. Whoosh! After this punch worked, Xiao Qin gently pushed off with his feet, not willing to bring the battle to the private room and implicate Lan Luo. Then he charged out and started an intense battle with Jiang Qing above the hall. As the two dragons fought, they clashed with each other, neither giving way to the other. In the blink of an eye, the two of them had exchanged 10 moves. To outsiders, two completely different dragon images fought in the air, roaring ferociously. A terrifying dragon might spread out everywhere. The shock waves from the two's fight shook the smiling daughter pavilion's protective formation. The entire floor shook, looking like it would collapse at any moment. The two people in the pavilion were 2-star Venerate level experts fighting. In fact, it was even more intense than that. What's going on? The experts guarding the smiling daughter pavilion had been startled long ago. When they saw the scene in the air, they were stunned. When they saw the scene in the air, they showed slightly unsightly expressions. However, they did not dare to make a move. It's the dragon race's people. One of them seems to be of the white dragon bloodline of the 6 colored divine dragons. The dragon race's people? That manager could not help sucking in a breath of cold air. This person's background was too great. There was no way to deal with them. Unless they were in the Yanwu dynasty's capital, they could not afford to offend the people of the 6 colored divine dragons in Soaring Dragon City. This was a bona fide overlord-class bloodline of the great, desolate 100 races. Even in the central Great Realm, such an existence would be a proud son of heaven. Not many people dared to offend such a person. Shao Chen, who was fighting Jiang Cheng, felt somewhat surprised. This person's cultivation was about the same as his. However, the strength that Jiang Cheng burst out with was startlingly strong, no weaker than any star venerates. This was the first time Shao Chen met with such an opponent within the same cultivation realm. Just a random person from the dragon race. Was this strong? With this thought, Shao Chen could not help feeling somewhat disappointed. If that was the case, then wouldn't the so-called Dragon God Crown Prince be boundlessly strong? Noticing Shao Chen's expression, Jiang Cheng could not help smiling coldly. It is not too late to surrender now. Later, you won't even have the chance to admit defeat. Shao Chen could not help smiling in shock. You are overthinking. Shao Chen felt disappointed, but it was not because of Jiang Cheng. It was just that Shao Chen could tell that Jiang Cheng was not the strongest person in the dragon race. Even so, there was still a huge gap between Shao Chen and the Dragon God Crown Prince. However, this Jiang Cheng thought too highly of himself, thinking that Shao Chen feared him. Overthinking? You lowly mixed blood dragon are indeed overthinking. In that case, die. Seeing Shao Chen's mocking expression, Jiang Cheng became truly enraged. He considered himself superior and placed great importance on bloodlines. The pride in his heart would not allow a mixed blood dragon like Shao Chen to mock him. Jiang Cheng immediately activated his great, desolate Ian bloodline. In that instant, his aura soared wildly. At this moment, the white dragon image behind him seemed very solid. Jiang Cheng's dragon eyes turned scarlet, and the ancient, great, desolate Ian's dragon might reappeared in the world. The dragon, might spreading in the air, immediately turned incredibly heavy, looking solid. Crack! Crack! Some of the nodes supporting the stairs started to loosen. It looked like the floor was really going to collapse. I'll show a lowly mixed blood dragon like you what a true, noble bloodline is. Jiang Cheng lost his patience. He roared as he charged forward, sending out boundless dragon chi. The dragon chi formed many noble, white dragon images. As 100 dragons soared into the air, his aura grew infinitely stronger, reaching a frightening level. Ignorant. However, the moment Jiang Cheng approached, Shao Chen revealed a look of disdain on his face. Then his eyes suddenly filled with panic. Shao Chen instantly activated his great, desolate Ian bloodline. His grade 8 blue dragon bloodline instantly suppressed Jiang Cheng's aura. Before the other party could react, Shao Chen kicked. Pu Ci! Pu Ci! A hole appeared in the smiling daughter pavilion. Jiang Cheng fell to the street like a sandbag. Seeing the scene, Wu Su and the others were all stupefied. This result was truly unexpected. Junior brother Jiang offended me earlier. Sorry for the offense. Wu Su felt very anxious. He only wanted to go out quickly and check on Jiang Cheng's injuries. He casually performed a cupped fist salute and apologized to Lan Luo, whom he assumed to be the smiling daughter pavilion's manager. Then he prepared to leave quickly. However, just at this moment, a few exceptionally strong auras tore through the air. These people broke through the smiling daughter pavilion's barrier and landed on the ground. They asked in a rush, "Your Highness, are you all right?" When Wu Su and the others, who had already turned around, heard this, they all turned around to look. They were completely stupefied. This time, they really went overboard. They thought about what junior brother Jiang Cheng said. He offended the person that they should not offend the most. Chapter 1758. Princess. The person senior martial brother Jiang Cheng wanted to slap just now was Princess Goyu, the most beloved daughter of the soaring dragon marquis. First senior sister had repeatedly warned him not to offend this person. But now everything was messed up. Princess, who are they? Lan Luo said indifferently. People of the dragon race. Wu Su said awkwardly, sorry for the offense. It was just a misunderstanding. Our holy maiden is also very respectful towards the soaring dragon marquis, and bears no ill will towards her highness. Just now, junior brother Jiang mistook the princess for. Lan Luo raised her hand and stopped Wu Su from continuing. She said indifferently, it's fine. I do not wish to have any conflict with the dragon race, either. However, this is my conferred city. There are some things that I can still decide. I don't want to see you in Soaring Dragon City. Understood. Sorry for the offense. Wu Su heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, this cluster Lord Lan Luo was not an unreasonable person. If a dispute or conflict arose, they would not be a match for the princess's residence, no matter how far they traveled. More importantly, they were the ones in the wrong. Junior brother Jiang had stretched out his hand to slap them. This put them in a very disadvantageous position. They couldn't even argue with him, so they could only apologize. Wu Su and the others arrived at the street. Seeing junior brother Jiang Cheng crawling out from the deep crater on the ground. His face was pale, and he looked extremely sullen. He was actually defeated by the mixed blood dragon that he looked down on the most. Xiao Chen, who had always been proud of his white dragon bloodline, could not accept this. Senior brother Wu, why did you come out? Help me capture that brat. If we attack together, he won't be able to overturn the heavens. Seeing Wu Su's group walk out with embarrassed expressions, Jiang Cheng immediately shouted, Senior brother Jiang, we have to go. Today's matter. A girl said in a timid manner. It was obvious that she was afraid of this Jiang Cheng. Wu Su patted the girl's shoulder and said, Let me say it. Junior brother Jiang, the person you wanted to slap earlier was Countess Goyu. What? Jiang Cheng's face was filled with disbelief. How could this be possible? How did that mixed blood dragon get involved with Cluster, Lord Goyu? Furthermore, they even met in a place like the Smiling Daughter Pavilion. Junior martial brother Jiang, don't blame yourself. This isn't all your fault. After all, who would have thought that she would be Princess Goyu? Seeing Zhang Xian's reaction, Wu Su consoled softly. Jiang Cheng stubbornly said, She is a princess and I offended her. I am in the wrong, and I will bear the responsibility alone. But that Xiao Qin must still be captured. He must be taken away. Senior martial sister's task must be completed. So. A few figures descended from the building and looked at Jiang Qing and the others expressionlessly. When will the few of you be leaving? Her Highness is already urging you to leave. The leader of the group said politely as he looked at Wu Su. Jiang Cheng was unconvinced and wanted to argue. Wu Su stopped him and said with a smile, It's fine. We'll leave now. At the same time, he secretly transmitted his voice to Jiang Cheng. Even a fool can see that the Countess has an extraordinary relationship with Xiao Qin. It's useless to argue. Report everything to eldest senior sister and wait for her decision. Jiang Cheng felt aggrieved, but at this moment, the situation was stronger than he was. No matter how sullen he was, he had to continue holding it in. In reality, it was better to be sullen. If he continued to seek trouble for Xiao Qin, he would only embarrass himself further. It was just that Jiang Cheng foolishly did not know. After about 7 minutes, the group left Soaring Dragon City. As the group looked at the city walls, they all felt somewhat disappointed. They did not know how to face First Senior Sister when they returned. Unexpectedly, this Xiao Qin is a member of our dragon race. He possesses a false dragon bloodline and can still burst out with such a terrifying dragon might, someone sighed. Someone sighed. The scene of Xiao Qin sending Jiang Qing flying with one kick at the end was still fresh in everyone's memory. Although junior brother Jiang's realm wasn't high, his future was limitless. He was known as the strongest peak major primal core expert. Within the same cultivation, no one could defeat him when he broke through to Star Venerate. In the future, When Xiao Chen broke through to Star Venerate, he would definitely soar. The seniors of the race all had high hopes for him. When Xiao Chen went to Ancestor Dragon City, he kept reminding Lu Ruyue to take care of him. However, Jiangqing suffered a huge defeat today. Furthermore, he lost in such an unsightly manner. This was simply unbelievable. Unconvinced, Jiangqing said, "I was just careless. If we fought again, I absolutely would not lose to him." Wu Su sighed softly and said, "Not everyone in the false dragon bloodline is mediocre. Since ancient times, there has been no lack of false dragons turning things around and becoming heavenly dragons in the dragon race's history. First Senior Sister often taught us that we cannot judge a person's status based on the quality of their bloodline. They are all comrades of our dragon race." Jiangqing showed a sullen expression, still unconvinced. However, Wu Su used Lu Riyue's words to lecture him. Jiangqing could not rebut anything, only sulking in his heart. However, in reality, Jiangqing was just overthinking. Wu Su did not have any intention of lecturing Jiangqing. He only wanted to use First Senior Sister's words to enlighten him. This way, Jiangqing would not have a knot in his heart that he could not resolve, turning him into a demon. "Junior brother Jiang, are your injuries all right? Let me check them out for you." Wu Su asked worriedly when he saw that Jiangqing's expression still did not look right. "There is no need for you to care about this hypocrisy." Jiangqing had not completed his mission and lost to Xiaoqin. He roared in his heart as he walked over alone with a stern expression. "Senior brother, we did not complete the mission this time. What did First Senior Sister say?" the people at the side asked worriedly. First Senior Sister had always been strict, making clear rewards and punishments. After messing up this time, it was hard to avoid punishment. Wu Su sighed silently to himself. In the end, Jiangqing was too young, and the elders of the clan spoiled him too much. Although Jiangqing was very talented, with such a character, it would be hard for him to accomplish great things. Wu Su smiled warmly at the people at the side. "It's fine. I will explain to First Senior Sister. This time I did not think things through. I did not investigate his relationship with the cluster, Lord First. It was not right. Let's go." The group returned on their way back, slowly disappearing at the end of the road. In the end, the Smiling Daughter Pavilion did not collapse. This allowed the person in charge to release his bated breath. Earlier, sweat had poured down his forehead continuously. The Smiling Daughter Pavilion had been unlucky recently. They lost the fairy basket, and the dragon race experts came to fight. If the pavilion had really collapsed, then the Smiling Daughter Pavilion would not be able to continue operating. Back in the private room, Xiao Chen and Lan Luo sat at the same table once more. After the earlier storm, the knot in the two's hearts loosened a little. Lan Luo looked at Xiao Chen and said, "You were too rash earlier. Given this, the conflict between you and the dragon race will be hard to resolve." Xiao Chen shook his head and said, "It is not rash or not. It is just my nature. It is just like you. When you heard others call me a mixed blood dragon, you could not help getting angry. When I heard others humiliate you, I could not help it either. There are many things that I do not care about. I can accept being insulted or scolded. However, I cannot allow it to affect my friends." Lan Luo felt warmth in her heart when she heard that. Joy unconsciously crept onto her face as she revealed a gentle smile. Actually, when Xiao Chen thought about it, the two were indeed very similar. They both had strong characters, not easily submitting to others. However, when their friends were insulted, they could not help getting angry, regardless of the consequences. Thinking of this, Lan Luo suddenly figured out many things. She smiled and said, "Do you need me to send you off? They might ambush you outside the city." Xiao Chen rejected. "There's no need. I have already troubled you enough. I will leave after drinking this cup of wine. I do not have a dragon race totem on me. As long as I go far away, they will not make a big move. After the two drank their cups, Xiao Qin stood up and took his leave. Xiao Qin, no matter what trouble you encounter in the future, if you treat me as a friend, please tell me first, Lan Luo said sincerely as she looked at Xiao Qin. Xiao Qin was stunned for a moment when he heard that. Then he smiled happily and said, "All right, I promise you. In the future, if I find out that you are in trouble, no matter where I go, I will rush over and do what I can to help." In Xiao Qin's heart, he formally accepted Lan Luo as a friend. In the past, Lan Luo had only been a benefactor that he had felt helpless about. The two exchanged glances, both feeling much better. The knot that could not be untied earlier completely vanished in this cup of wine. Sometimes the matters of life were really strange. No matter how one tried to explain, it would be useless. Instead, it would only worsen the conflict. If they could see eye to eye, they would be able to understand each other with just one glance. With a cup of wine, they could put aside their past grudges. As Lan Luo watched Xiao Qin leave, her lips curled up in a charming yet melancholic smile. In the past, Lan Luo always wondered why this person never gave her any face, yet he could not forget her, finding it hard to part with her. Now Lan Luo finally figured it out. Actually, the reason was very simple, to be himself. Xiao Qin was just being himself. In this turbid and filthy world, how many people in this world could do what seemed like 3 simple words? However, Xiao Qin did it. Xiao Qin walked in this world, neither servile nor overbearing. In his eyes, he would not look up to you just because you were a cluster lord. He would not look down on you because of your lowly status. Xiao Qin had his own principles and reason in his heart. His actions might seem unrestrained, willful, and wild. In fact, it was very simple. He was just being himself. No matter how black and white were flipped in this world, no matter how powerful the nobles were, no matter how many restrictions there were, he would only be himself. Chapter 1759. After Xiao Qin left, Lan Luo said, "Someone, come and report the news of the dragon race's arrival to me in 15 minutes." Naturally, many people coveted the ancient dragon race totem. However, most factions would not rashly come to her soaring dragon great realm on account of the soaring dragon marquis. The dragon race was different. Anything that involved the dragon race was their internal matter. It was reasonable for them to send someone to investigate. However, this person did not even say a word and came stealthily, wanting to take Xiao Qin away from under her nose. This person was simply looking down on her, a cluster lord. After about 7 minutes, a stack of letters appeared in Lan Luo's hands. When Lan Luo finished reading, she put down the letters and her expression changed slightly. The white dragon holy daughter, Lu Ruyue. Lan Luo had heard of this girl long ago. She was a genius of the white dragon race that appeared once in 1,000 years. Lu Ruyue's origins were mysterious. Before the age of 30, the various factions, including the dragon race, did not have any news of this girl. 30 years later, Lu Ruyue suddenly appeared. She was very beautiful and talented. She was even praised as the top beauty of the dragon race. Every frown and smile of hers could topple nations. She was so beautiful that even the dragon god crown prince fell in love with her. Lan Luo simply did not expect such a famous girl to personally ask about this matter. It looked like the dragon race paid a lot of attention to this ancient dragon race totem. However, since Xiao Qin did not have a dragon race totem, it did not matter. Lan Luo could help him deal with it with her own strength. Xiao Qin was not in a rush to leave Soaring Dragon City. He was not too worried about the dragon race's matter. After all, he did not have a dragon race totem. If the other party really went to Dragon Flame City, they would definitely investigate and not chase after him. Actually, Xiao Qin also wanted to meet that so-called holy daughter. Could it be Lu Ruyue? However, after thinking about it, if it was really Lu Ruyue, she must have heard of his name in Dragon Flame City. Then, she would find someone to draw his portrait. She would definitely be able to guess his identity, and personally head to Soaring Dragon City. She would not send someone over. Given this, the Holy Daughter had to be someone else. Furthermore, he had injured that Jiang Cheng. It was best not to meet her. After remaining in the city for 3 days and exchanging the treasures in his hands for spirit jades, Shao Qin formally left. Then they left the city and headed for the Purple Flame sect in the Grave Sea. In Dragon Flame City, after Lu Vua heard Wu Su's report, her phoenix-like eyes immediately fell on Jiang Cheng. His face turned red and he felt extremely awkward, not daring to speak at all. "I did something wrong. Please punish me, eldest senior sister." Jiang Cheng knelt on one knee and said with his head lowered. Lu Riyue said sullenly, "Raise your head." Jiang Cheng cautiously raised his head. He was nervous. He had made a huge mistake, causing the mission to fail. He felt guilty and did not dare to face Lu Riyue. Boom! Just as Jiang Cheng raised his head, he saw Lu Riyue send out a palm strike from nowhere. Jiang Cheng flew back and vomited a mouthful of blood. The blood was filled with an inextinguishable, sharp saber intent. As the saber intent whistled out, the blood turned into countless strands of energy and shot out in all directions. This caused the others to be taken aback. Jiang Cheng immediately felt very comfortable. The saber intent that he could not get rid of for the past 3 days was completely resolved by Lu Riyue's palm strike. "Many thanks, senior sister." Lu Riyue looked at Jiang Cheng and said, "Go back and reflect on yourself. I don't want to see you now." "Yes." Jiang Cheng did not dare to be impudent. He turned around and left, feeling relieved. "You all can leave as well. Junior brother Wu, stay behind." Lu Riyue dismissed the others, leaving only the experienced and prudent Wu Su behind. Wu Su asked, "Senior sister, did you gain anything in the underground dragon city?" Lu Riyue shook her head and replied, "I did not gain anything. It was already in ruins. However, I could feel that the totem was still there and was not taken away." Wu Su's expression changed. "In that case, it looks like Shao Qin did not lie." Lu Riyue said softly, "However, I could not find the totem or see the faux god flame. I still have to meet this person and understand what happened that day. However, that cluster lord has an extraordinary relationship with Shao Qin. Junior brother Jiang offended the other party like that. It will be very troublesome to have a proper talk with the cluster lord." Wu Su spoke the truth, sounding somewhat worried. When Lu Riyue heard that the cluster lord had an extraordinary relationship with Shao Qin, she felt uncomfortable for some reason. She didn't know what was going on with this kind of unreasonable annoyance. Lu Riyue snorted coldly and said, "Even if the Soaring Dragon Marquis came personally, I would not fear him. Furthermore, she is just a cluster lord. Come, I'll go and meet her." There was no time to lose. Lu Riyue was decisive. Right now, she wanted to meet this white-robed Shao Qin. As for the mission, they had already more or less completed it. They could return at any time. After the dragon race's group gathered, they boarded a divine dragon war chariot and headed quickly on the road. When Shao Chen was halfway there, a black war chariot pulled by 2 black dragon horses arrived in the opposite direction. This was Shao Chen's cycle war chariot. As he left the city, he happened to run into Lu Riyue's divine dragon war chariot. Lu Riyue felt a strange yet familiar aura. Her heart thumped heavily as she could not help asking, "Who is passing by outside?" "First senior sister, there is no one outside. There is just a black war chariot heading in our direction." A black war chariot? In Lu Riyue's memory, there did not seem to be anyone familiar with riding a black war chariot. The 2 war chariots moved extremely fast, even faster than several star venerates on the road. The cycle war chariot and the divine dragon war chariot approached each other quickly. Not long after, they lined up side by side on the same path. Lu Riyue and Xiao Qin sensed it at the same time and opened the curtains. However, when the two of them opened the windows of the two carriages that were moving at high speed, they could only see the billowing dust rising like smoke. Xiao Chen looked back and could only see the rear of the divine dragon war chariot slowly disappearing into the dust. They brushed past each other. Just like that, the two of them brushed past each other. Amidst the billowing dust, they watched each other leave, gradually going further and further away. Are they from the dragon clan? Xiao Chen let go of the curtain, his heart unable to calm down. Just now, when the two war chariots approached each other, his heart inexplicably paused. That feeling was incomparably mysterious. There were no words in the world that could describe it. Xiao Chen's intuition, a very strong intuition, told him that he would not be able to escape. A very important person must have passed by him just now. Who was it? In the dragon race, the only person that Xiao Chen could place his trust in was Lu Ruyue. Could it be that the person who passed by was Lu Ruyue? That should not be the case. If Lu Ruyue had heard Xiao Chen's name, she would have put down everything and rushed to Soaring Dragon City. She should not have come at this time. Could it be that she has already forgotten about me, Xiao Chen? Forgotten about everything that happened in Qinyan Peak. Forgotten about the various oaths she swore back then. Forgotten about her deep love from back then. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. I absolutely don't believe it. I have to figure this out. Xiao Chen had never felt as anxious as he did now. The speeding cycle war chariot suddenly stopped. The cycle war chariot turned around and quickly chased after the divine dragon war chariot. However, the divine dragon war chariot was Lu Ruyue's war chariot after all. It was of a much higher grade than his cycle war chariot. After Xiao Chen missed her, it would be easier said than done to catch up. He could only watch as the divine dragon war chariot slowly distanced itself amid the billowing dust, slowly vanishing from his sight. Could my intuition be wrong? At this moment, Xiao Chen lost his usual calm and became restless. Perhaps his intuition was wrong. It was just the aura of the dragon race that made him feel familiar. As Xiao Chen gave chase, the sky turned dark and he rushed through the night before returning to the city gates. When the morning sun rose, Xiao Chen welcomed the first beam of light and arrived at the city gates with some anticipation. Did you hear? There was a huge battle in the cluster Lord's residence last night. What's going on? I only heard some sounds, and am not clear about the specifics. Rumor has it that the dragon race's holy daughter and cluster, Lord Goyu, did not get along. They fought in the cluster Lord's residence. Even the holy venerate in charge of the cluster Lord's residence appeared. This is really big news. This dragon race's holy daughter is really incredible. Unexpectedly, she even startled a holy venerate. The key is that even a holy venerate could not shock her completely. He could only watch as she left in a fit of pique. The guards at the city gates discussed last night's commotion. However, the smile on Xiao Chen's face froze. She left? Chapter 1760. It was just a momentary miss. But after a night of chasing, the result was completely different. Standing on the city wall, Xiao Chen could not help but feel a little disappointed. However, aside from disappointment, there was also a trace of joy. Xiao Chen's emotions were complicated. Whether that person was Lu Ruyue or not, it was a good thing for Xiao Chen. Before Xiao Chen came to Soaring Dragon City, he did not know any news about Lu Ruyue. After coming here, he knew that she was doing very well. She was now one of the strongest geniuses of the dragon race. It was far easier than him, who had stumbled along the way. This was already very good. More importantly, he knew that Xiao Chen's heart had never changed. She did not even respond to the Dragon God Crown Prince's pursuit. He was not strong enough. Sooner or later, he would personally step into the dragon race's land and meet Lu Ruyue in his strongest state. The temporary disappointment did not give Xiao Chen too much of a blow. 3 days later, Shao Chun boarded the giant starship that was on its way back. After flying for 1 month, they successfully returned to the Grave Sea's Purple Flame sect. There were still many things that he had not dealt with in the Grave Sea. He still had to formally greet the Purple Flame sect before leaving. He still had to meet his martial nephew, Ling Yu, and find his pirate ship. He wanted to see if there were any clues to the treasures that the Scarlet Blood Pirate King left behind. That was one of the things he relied on for his rise. But he never forgot that if he could get the treasure of the legendary Pirate King, this would be a great opportunity, far greater than any of his previous encounters. At the foot of the Purple Ember Sect's mountain, Shao Chun handed over his token. The disciple guarding the mountain took a look and immediately revealed an excited expression. "Senior brother Shao Chin, you're finally back." 1 year ago, Shao Chen fought everywhere in the fiendish demon battlefield. While leading the Purple Flame sect disciples in the fiendish demon battlefield, they gained a great harvest, far surpassing that of the other rank 4 sections. Most importantly, they had to ruthlessly suppress the Divine Firmament sect, which was at odds with the Purple Flame sect. After defeating the unfathomable Shangguan Lei, the prestige of the entire Divine Firmament sect plummeted. Even now, the Divine Firmament sect still could not raise its head. Although his stay was short, Shao Chen had already become a legend in the Purple Ember sect. Impressive and unforgettable. After verifying Zhang Xian's identity, many people immediately rushed over upon hearing the news. They greeted him one after another. There were even many deacons, protectors, and elders who appeared in person. When they sensed Shao Chen's aura, they all felt incredulous. In a mere year or so, Shao Chen's cultivation actually reached peak major primal core. More importantly, the feeling that Shao Chen gave them was like a quiet volcano. Beneath his calm exterior was an even more terrifying power. Once it erupted, it would be an incomparable expert. This was the intuition of an expert. Shao Chen smiled and responded to them one by one. He didn't put on any airs and returned to the courtyard. After a long time, Shao Chun returned to his courtyard. "Ling Yu is not around?" Shao Chun was slightly surprised. It would be a pity if he wasn't here. A large part of the reason why Shao Chun came to the Purple Flame sect to bid farewell was to see his martial nephew, Ling Yu. The next time he left the Purple Ember sect, he would not return for a very long time. "Junior brother Shao." Just at this moment, Shao Chun heard a familiar voice. He turned his head and saw that it was the top true inheritor of the Purple Flame sect, Hua Yunfeng. "Senior brother Hua, it has been a long time. Congratulations." After not seeing Shao Chen for more than a year, Hua Yunfeng successfully broke through his bottleneck and advanced to Star Venerate. This was not too strange. When Shao Chen first arrived at the Purple Flame sect, the other party had already been in the major primal core realm for a long time. Furthermore, Hua Yunfeng was actually several years older than Shao Chen. Hua Yunfeng said humbly, "Many thanks. I was discussing something with the sect master. When I heard that you returned, I immediately rushed over." "What is it?" Shao Chen asked casually. Hua Yunfeng revealed a melancholic expression. After a pause, he said, "I want to leave the Purple Flame sect and go to the Central Great Realm. I feel that I still have a chance." Shao Chen expressed his understanding. "What does the sect master think?" Hua Yunfeng sighed softly. "The sect master thinks very highly of me and hopes that I will not leave. Within 100 years, he will definitely pass the position of sect master to me." Shao Chen nodded and said, "The sect master has good intentions. Right now, the Purple Flame sect has just regained some of its momentum. It needs to improve steadily. You are mature and prudent, but you do not lose your sharpness. You are indeed a very good successor to the sect." Hua Yunfeng smiled bitterly. Then he looked at Shao Chen and said, "Many years ago, I never thought of going to the Central Great Realm. If I said that all this was because of you, would you believe me?" Xiao Qin found this strange. He asked, because of me? That's right. I see a kind of perseverance in you. Back then, when you first came to the Purple Flame sect, your cultivation was much lower than mine. However, I have never seen you give up on yourself. This is especially so on Thunder Controlling Peak. Your courage when facing Shangguan Lei made me feel inferior. It seemed like Hua Yunfeng had kept these words bottled up in his heart for a long time. After he said them, he heaved a long sigh. When Xiao Chen heard that, he said seriously, "You are overthinking. I am not as simple as you think. I have experienced much more than you can imagine. My accomplishments today were not just a few years of hard work. You do not know about my previous accumulations." The speed at which Hua Yunfeng could rise in the great Thousand Realms was very fast. This was inseparable from his experiences in the Abandoned Land. In the Sky Dome realm and the Kunlun realm, Hua Yunfeng had experienced many life and death situations. The great scenes that Hua Yunfeng had experienced were even more uncountable. He had stubbornly endured many life and death tribulations. Others only saw Hua Yunfeng's rapid rise in the Purple Flame sect and his current glory. However, no one knew what kind of tribulations Hua Yunfeng experienced in the Kunlun realm for him to have today's mental state and perseverance. Hence, Xiao Qin did not approve of Hua Yunfeng leaving the Purple Flame sect to make a living in the Central Great Realm. Xiao Chen looked at Hua Yunfeng and said, "Don't change yourself because of others. Think about it carefully. You cannot be careless with this matter." Hua Yunfeng remained silent for a long time. He had not expected Xiao Chen to give him such a warning. Originally, he thought that Xiao Chen would support his decision. "Thank you for your advice. I will think about it carefully." "Oh, right, you are looking for Lingyu, right? He is cultivating bitterly in our sect's Purgatory Peak. After that fellow returned from Soaring Dragon City, he seems to have become a completely different person." Hua Yunfeng smiled carefreely. He was rather open-minded about this. After chatting with Xiao Qin for a while, he took his leave. Purgatory Peak? Xiao Qin recalled that it was a dangerous land that the Purple Flame sect created. Cultivating there would be several times faster than cultivating outside. However, the pain, torture, and danger one had to endure would also multiply. After Purgatory Peak was established, very few disciples chose to enter it. This was because it was simply too painful. Many of the sect's experts could not endure it for long. That kind of pain and torture was unbearable, both physically and mentally. Only those with great perseverance could endure it. An outstanding talent like Ling Yu actually did not need to enter and cultivate bitterly. His cultivation speed would not be much slower. At sunset, Xiao Chen drank tea in the courtyard. As the afterglow of the setting sun shone down, a person covered in injuries stepped in from outside the courtyard, appearing somewhat fatigued. That person's clothes were stained with blood, and there were several terrifying new wounds on his youthful face. Xiao Chen looked up and finally recognized this person after much difficulty. To think that it was Lingyu, martial uncle. When Lingyu saw Xiao Chen in the courtyard, he was in disbelief. After a while, he rejoiced and rushed over. However, this aggravated the injuries on his body, causing him to cry out in pain. This made one unable to restrain a smile. Xiao Chen smiled bitterly and said, "Why don't you recover from your injuries first before entering the house to rest? I have some medicinal pills here. Take them and use them." Lingyu rejected. "I can't." The sect's supreme elder said that if I recover from my injuries back then, my bitter cultivation will be in vain. I have to properly comprehend the pain I endured and comprehend the essence of Purgatory Peak. When Xiao Chen heard that, he felt stunned. "You really chose the path of bitter cultivation." Ling Yu nodded seriously. "My background is not good, and I do not have martial uncle's mental state and comprehension ability. Aside from bitter cultivation, I have no other choice." "Why bother? Even if you do not choose to bitterly cultivate, you can still shake up the grave sea in the future and become an overlord of the nearby dozens of astral clusters. Ling Yu shook his head and said, "That is not enough. Martial uncle, you do not know. Headliner Ling long promised me 5 years. She will wait for me for 5 years. After 5 years, she wants me to go to the Yanwu dynasty's capital to look for her." As Xiao Chen looked at Ling Yu's determined expression, he felt somewhat moved. He saw many of his own shadows in Ling Yu. Ling Yu was like that, but so was Xiao Chen. Chapter 1761. Trapped by love, Ling Yu resolutely embarked on the path of bitter cultivation. Since Xiao Chen did so because of love, he also embarked on a similar path. As long as there was hope, he could not give up. Ling Yu looked at the somewhat melancholic Xiao Chen. "Martial uncle, did something happen to you in the soaring dragon great realm? I feel that you have changed somewhat." "What changed?" "I can't tell what exactly has changed. However, Martial uncle has indeed changed. In the past, Martial uncle's face always remained calm. No changes in his expression could be seen. Although it is still like that now, I can tell that there is a lingering sense of loss lingering on your face. Most importantly, Martial uncle purposely left this sense of loss behind. Given Martial uncle's mental state, you should be able to cut it off at any time. However, Martial uncle did not. This means that the person related to this sense of loss is exceptionally important to Martial uncle. Even if it already affected your mental state, you are unwilling to cut it off, letting it linger in your heart, never dispersing. As the saying goes, one does not know where love comes from, but one is deeply devoted to it. Martial uncle, you should be careful." Xiao Chen felt stunned when he heard that. Unexpectedly, after not seeing Ling Yu for 1 year, his observation skills had become so meticulous. Or was it as Ling Yu said? "Did I take a picture?" Xiao Chen smiled faintly and did not deny Ling Yu's words. Ling Yu smiled and said, "It looks like I was right." "So what if you are right, and so what if you are wrong? Just worry about yourself. Although bitter cultivation can quickly raise your strength, if you overexert yourself and injure yourself, the losses outweigh the gains." Xiao Chen warned. Few people chose the path of bitter cultivation. Firstly, it was too painful and unbearable. Secondly, the risk was too high, and it was easy to injure oneself. Ling Yu's stubbornness inevitably worried Xiao Chen. He did not know how to face senior brother Yi in the future. Ling Yu smiled and said, "Martial uncle, don't worry about me. I won't die." "I hope so." Xiao Chen sighed softly. Ling Yu had no choice but to make his own choices. After not seeing each other for more than a year, the two chatted happily. Ling Yu also told Xiao Chen about some of his confusion on the martial Dao without holding back. Xiao Chen patiently answered and explained. Unknowingly, the afterglow of the setting sun had completely descended. A loud shout broke this rare silence. "White-robed Xiao Chen, come out. I know you're back." Ling Yu's expression changed slightly as he looked at Xiao Chen. "It's Shangguan Lei." The voice came from the greeting of Swords Edges. The greeting of Swords Edges was where the face of the sect was. Xiao Chen had been there once, so he knew what kind of place it was. There were all kinds of sects there. Ever since Xiao Chen defeated Shangguan Lei in the fiendish demon battlefield, very few people in the Divine Firmament sect dared to appear at the Purple Flame sect's greeting of Swords Edges. This time, after Shangguan Lei found out that Xiao Chen had returned, he came to take revenge. After some thought, Xiao Chen understood the reason behind it. "Martial uncle, I heard that this Shangguan Lei put in a lot of effort to obtain a Dao tool to defeat you. He has been cultivating like a madman and has been waiting for you to come back. He came prepared." Ling Yu said cautiously. After all, Xiao Chen had not broken through to Star Venerate yet. Ling Yu did not know Xiao Chen's true strength, so he could not help worrying. Whoosh! 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 Just as the two decided to go out and take a look, Shangguan Lei's figure suddenly appeared on the courtyard wall. Shangguan Lei, all the grudges between the sect disciples have to be resolved at the greeting of swords' edges. Are you trying to start a war between the Divine Firmament sect and the Purple Flame sect? Below, Hua Yunfeng and the other true inheritors quickly followed, showing some rage on their faces. Several elders also appeared in the dark, locking their auras on Shangguan Lei. Forcibly barging in like Shangguan, Lei had already broken the rules of the sect. If not for Xiao Chen's status and strength, someone would have taken him down long ago. Shangguan Lei said seriously, Hua Yunfeng, don't be wishy-washy like a woman. As long as Xiao Chen is willing to fight with me, I will personally apologize. After this, I will personally apologize. Can't you tell if I want to start a war between the sects or not? Indeed, everyone could tell that Shangguan Lei was here purely for Xiao Chen. If not for this reason, the sect elders would have worked together to chase him out long ago. Xiao Chen, if you are not willing to fight with him, we can chase him away now. The voice projections of the sect elders appeared in Xiao Chen's mind. Clearly, these sect elders were very respectful to Xiao Chen, speaking very politely to him. There's no need to chase him away, Xiao Chen replied. Then he indicated to Shangguan Lei. Think carefully before you make your move. You only have one chance. When Shangguan Lei heard that, he could not help laughing loudly. How arrogant! 1 year ago, if you held a Dao tool, how could you defeat me? 1 year later, I advanced to Star Venerate and grasped a Dao tool. Even if I gave you 3 moves, you would not be able to defeat me. Xiao Chen said slowly, many things can change in 1 year. Cut the crap. Stop putting on an act. This old man will defeat you with 1 saber strike. Right after Shangguan Lei said those words, he roared and attacked in a fit of rage. When Shangguan Lei's saber landed, 9 thunderous explosions rang out. The Dao tool in his hand trembled 9 times in the air at a speed that was hard to detect with the naked eye. With each tremble, the thunder might from the previous tremble would layer on top of each other. Shangguan Lei's aura was already terrifyingly strong. Dark clouds covered the sky, and lightning flashed, encasing the area for 5 kilometers around. When Shangguan Lei leaped down, he looked like a raging heavenly lord of thunder. A terrifying figure appeared behind him. The saber light in Shangguan Lei's hand was 300 meters long. When the saber light landed, an overwhelming shock wave swept out in all directions. Caught off guard, this shock wave immediately knocked many Purple Flame sect disciples into the air. The Divine Firmament 9 changes layered 9 times. He really succeeded. I recall that many elders in the Divine Firmament sect can only layer 8 times. To think that he actually managed to layer 9 times. The moment Shangguan Lei executed this move, countless elders exclaimed in regret. It would have been better if they had gotten Xiao Chen to come out and receive this move, forcing Shangguan Lei to leave as soon as possible. If Xiao Chen lost, the prestige that he had accumulated for the Purple Flame sect would vanish like smoke. If that happened, the prestige that Shangguan Lei had accumulated for the Purple Flame sect would vanish like smoke, vanishing completely. Instead, it would allow Shangguan Lei to rise to a higher level. Even the Divine Firmament sect's prestige would suppress the Purple Flame sect. However, just as everyone worried for Xiao Chen, the space in the courtyard suddenly froze. Even the dust stopped moving. Xiao Chen stretched out 2 fingers and caught Shangguan Lei's saber in the time it took for a spark to fly. Just like that, Xiao Chen caught the saber with 2 simple fingers. How can this be? Many exclamations rang out at the same time, their eyes filled with incredulity. Hua Yunfeng was somewhat flabbergasted, gaping. He was not that worried about Xiao Chen. He believed that Xiao Chen definitely had a fortuitous encounter and absolutely would not lose to Shangguan Lei. However, Hua Yunfeng did not expect that Xiao Chen would use 2 fingers to catch Shangguan Lei's saber. preventing him from moving or retreating. This, Shangguan was utterly stunned. He brought out his full power, but could not advance by even an inch, much less draw his saber. Dang! Shao Chun waved his 2 fingers, and the saber in Shangguan Lei's hand trembled. A strong force rebounded. The saber immediately twisted like a water snake. The force traveled to Shangguan Lei's arm, breaking every bone in his body. The force spread to half his body before Shangguan Lei managed to block it. However, Shangguan Lei was already sent flying, crashing into the courtyard wall and vomiting a large mouthful of blood. Even standing up was somewhat difficult for Shangguan Lei. You. Shangguan Lei pointed at Shao Chen. However, he could not say anything, feeling pent up in his chest. Shangguan Lei was startled and flustered. All sorts of emotions welled up in his mind. He felt stifled in his chest, unable to go up or down. His qi and blood surged and his eyes widened. His face turned even redder, looking like an inflated ball that would explode at any moment. Shao Chen entered deep thought. Then he flicked his finger, and a strand of saber qi struck an acupoint on Shangguan Lei's chest. Pussy-eye! Shangguan Lei vomited another mouthful of blood, and the surging qi and blood on his face quickly receded. Shao Chen could already tell that something had gone wrong with Shangguan Lei's cultivation. Shangguan Lei only pursued strength and tyranny. This resulted in many hidden dangers in his body. If there were any setbacks, he would enter berserking qi deviation and self-destruct. This was the principle of being too firm and easy to break. Back then, Yi Zifeng had said that the master and disciple had comprehended the wrong state of the tyrannical Tao. The divine firmament sect Shangguan Lei is not skilled enough. Men, send off the guest. An elder of the Purple Flame sect stepped forward expressionlessly, not showing any pity for Shangguan Lei. The words "not skilled enough" were rather mocking. Chapter 1762. Shangguan Lei was carried away in a sorry state. This farce ended here. The Purple Flame sect elders hiding in the dark all revealed themselves, revealing smiles as they arrived before Shao Chen. This time, Shangguan Lei lost. Shao Chen used 2 fingers to catch the Divine Firmament sect's consummate technique, the Divine Firmament 9 changes. The sharpness of the Purple Flame sect was completely suppressed. Most importantly, the elders could tell that Shangguan Lei's foundation was unstable. From today onward, the Purple Flame sect no longer had to worry about a strong opponent like Shangguan Lei. Furthermore, all this was due to Shao Chen's efforts, first and second. Naturally, these sect elders were grateful to Shao Chen for helping out, promising him all sorts of benefits on the spot. Some were even more direct, asking Shao Chen if he wanted to stay in the sect and hold a post. Shao Chen responded calmly, politely rejecting all sorts of benefits. Martial Uncle Shao, won't you reconsider? You can even be a guest official. I believe the sect master will agree. The few old men took the sect rules very seriously, addressing Shao Chen as Martial Uncle Shao. They did not dare to mess up seniority. Many thanks. I will be leaving in another month. I still have important matters to attend to. That is a pity. Seeing Shao Chen like this, the elders did not press the issue. They performed cupped fist salutes and took their leave. After the crowd left, Ling Yu exclaimed excitedly, "Martial Uncle, how did you do it? You caught Shangguan Lei's saber with 2 fingers." The scene just now had caused a great shock and impact to many people. However, only Ling Yu dared to put down his pride and ask without any fear. Divine Firmament 9 changes, a Dao tool, and a berserk Shangguan Lei. Yet, Shao Chen caught such a ferocious and tyrannical saber strike with only 2 fingers. This was simply unrealistic, like a dream. Do you want to learn? Shao Chen asked with a smile. What? This startled Ling Yu. Then he exclaimed in pleasant surprise, "Yes, naturally. Martial Uncle is willing to teach me?" Shao Chen smiled faintly and said, I am your martial uncle in name, after all. Teaching you some secret techniques is nothing. Thank you, martial uncle. Ling Yu expressed his gratitude solemnly, nearly kneeling to Xiao Chen with a respectful expression. Xiao Chen waved his hand, indicating that he didn't have to be so courteous and care about etiquette. This secret skill is called the telepathic finger. You definitely won't be able to learn it in a short time. I will first teach you the initial version of the telepathic finger. After that, I will tell you the subsequent variations. There were 2 versions of the telepathic finger, and had gone through many changes to achieve its current effect. Xiao Chen definitely could not succeed in one go. First, he told Ling Yu about the cultivation method that the Flame Rock Sovereign once told him, letting Ling Yu comprehend it on his own. A few days later, when Ling Yu more or less understood the profoundness, Xiao Chen taught Ling Yu the secrets and profoundness of using one's body as a cauldron. Later on, whether or not Ling Yu could gain a comprehensive understanding and comprehend it thoroughly would depend on his own luck. Given Ling Yu's talent, Xiao Chen felt that it should not be a problem. As for Xiao Chen, he did not fall behind in his cultivation, either. Right now, he had 2 cultivation techniques that he needed to cultivate: the Ice Feather Divine Incantation and the Divine Dragon Body Tempering Art. Back in Dragon Flame City, Xiao Chen had already cultivated the Ice Feather Divine Incantation to the peak of the 3rd layer. Inside the cultivation room, Xiao Chen inserted medial-grade spirit jades into the spirit gathering formation. Then he started cultivating the Ice Feather Divine Incantation. The cold qi in the room condensed into thin ice that looked like feathers dancing around, looking very pretty. After circulating a great cycle, snow-like spiritual energy continuously poured into the white qi whirlpool in Xiao Chen's dantian. After that, the qi whirlpool turned it into veritable essence energy and infused it into the 9-star primal core. Xiao Chen opened his eyes and entered deep thought. The Ice Feather Divine Incantation had reached a bottleneck. The white qi whirlpool had not grown for a long time already. Xiao Chen had to break through to the 4th layer. However, this Ice Feather Divine Incantation had a total of 6 layers. The later 3 layers were more important and harder to cultivate. After thinking for a while, Xiao Chen decided to break through to the Ice Feather Divine Incantation's 4th layer after he broke through to the Cloud Sea realm. That would be safer. During this period, he would focus on the Divine Dragon Body Tempering Art. Xiao Chen opened his palm and looked at the jade bottle in his palm. Dragon Blood Pill. This was one of the treasures of the dragon race that Xiao Chen obtained in the underground dragon city. It was refined from genuine ancient dragon blood. Every time he used one, there would be one less. Pure dragon blood was simply too difficult to obtain. According to rumor, the current dragon blood pills were refined from the true blood of the dragon race's upper echelon. Compared to true pure dragon blood pills, the effects would be slightly weaker. Opening the bottle cap, Xiao Chen consumed a dragon blood pill. Then he sat down cross-legged and started cultivating the divine dragon body tempering art. He had already completed the 1st layer, tempering his muscles, and the 2nd layer, tempering his bones. Now he needed to cultivate the 3rd layer, tempering his blood. Vital qi came from the blood. This 3rd layer was also the start of the divine dragon body tempering art's main event. Soon, dragon roars came from Xiao Chen's body. 18 ancient blue dragon images appeared. They coiled around Xiao Chen, surrounding him. An ancient and savage aura spread throughout the cultivation room. It was like he had returned to the great desolate Aeon when the 10,000 races fought. Xiao Chen felt his qi and blood surge. It was like the floodgates opened and boundless essence energy poured out. At this moment, not only did his vital qi soar, but Xiao Chen also felt his ice and lightning veritable essence energy being refined by the ancient energy surging out of his blood. The ancient energy surging out from his blood continuously refined it. The ancient dragon might was carved into the depths of his quintessence, as if it was inseparable from his flesh and blood. From today onward, Shao Chun would not need to deliberately bring out dragon might. His veritable essence energy would give off boundless dragon might, deeply imprinted in his bones and soul. Dang, dang, dang. The most important change came from his vital qi. Many ancient dragon pattern cauldrons appeared above his head. As his vital qi soared, there were now 15 dragon cauldrons. This dragon blood pill allowed Shao Chen's vital qi to soar by 5 cauldron force, reaching an unprecedented 15 cauldron force. Every dragon cauldron was different from the ones before. They were exquisitely carved and glowed faintly. The carved dragon patterns looked like they were coming to life, looking very realistic. Shao Qin, who was immersed in the increase in his strength, felt somewhat surprised. He had not expected this dragon blood pill to be so effective. This was something he had not experienced in the underground dragon city back then. More importantly, the ancient energy from his bloodline reshaped Shao Chen's veritable essence energy and vital qi. This was the greatest benefit. It was much better than directly increasing one's vital qi and cultivation. After more than half a month, Shao Chen completely digested and absorbed the energy of this dragon blood pill. Crack! Crack! The vital qi in Shao Chen's body surged in his dragon veins. His blood surged, and his dragon bones crackled. His dragon might spread out uncontrollably. Many dragon images lingered in the surroundings, looking like they were sighing with their eyes closed and roaring softly at the same time. When Shao Chen opened his eyes, they flickered with a golden light. His great, desolate divine eyes had improved further. At this moment, the dragon images lingering in the surroundings also opened their eyes at the same time. Boom! The entire cultivation room could not endure this dragon might. The formation shattered, and the room crumbled. When the dust settled, Shao Chen's true body was revealed. "Martial uncle, this is a little too grand," Ling Yu exclaimed in shock as he walked out of the room. This made Shao Chen feel somewhat embarrassed. The effects of the dragon blood pill had somewhat surpassed his expectations. After stepping out of the rubble, Shao Chen looked at Ling Yu and said, "Come, let me see how your cultivation of the sharp spirit finger is going." 1 hour later, Shao Chen revealed a gratified smile. Not bad. The effects of the dragon blood pill surpassed his expectations. After 1 hour, Shao Chen revealed a gratified smile. Not bad. You improved so much in half a month. You surprised me as well. Ling Yu felt excited in his heart. However, after a while, he asked somewhat disappointedly, "Martial uncle, are we really leaving?" Shao Chen nodded and said, "All good things must come to an end. We are fated. I believe that we will definitely meet again in the future. Martial uncle, take care." Ling Yu could not bear to part with Shao Chen, but he also knew that Shao Chen had to leave. Just like him, he had his own pursuits in his heart. Based on his martial uncle's judgment, with Shao Chen's insight, Shao Chen's pursuit was probably even more difficult than Ling Yu's. Shao Chen nodded slightly. Then he took out a dragon blood pill and handed it to Ling Yu. "Take care." Shao Chen did not expect the dragon blood pill to bring Ling Yu the same changes he did. However, it would definitely be of help. The main reason why Shao Chen could benefit so much from the dragon blood pill was because of his ancient and noble bloodline. The dragon blood pill only stimulated his bloodline and unearthed the vast treasure trove of bloodline power. Even if another dragon race disciple consumed the dragon blood pill, the effects might not be as strong. After leaving the Purple Flame sect, Shao Chen did not immediately go to the Black Cutlass. Instead, he headed for the blessed land of the Patala Mountain. He needed to tell the venerable Xianbei about Zhen Yuan. No matter what, the venerable Xianbei had saved Shao Chen's life before. Among the Buddhist sect monks that Shao Chen interacted with, the venerable Xianbei was rather trustworthy. Chapter 1763. Xiao Chen's heart skipped a beat. He felt that something was wrong. Although that lightning palace cracked, it showed no signs of crumbling. Every pillar of water looked like a huge dragon coming out of the sea. In that instant, they blocked the tyrannical aura of the lightning palace that suppressed everything. No wonder the divine firmament sect felt that they could kill me by sending just one person. Xiao Chen closed his eyes as he stood on the surface of the sea, the waves bouncing up and down. Xiao Chen turned his head back and saw that person behind him bathed in electric light. So, this was how the will of soul could be used. This was truly an eye-opener. Clearly, this person had come prepared and prepared many spirit pills, not being stingy when consuming them. From the outside, this black cave mountain looked like it was shrouded in boundless fog above the vast sea. Xiao Chen did not want to fight a pointless battle. He silently executed his movement technique, and a faint purple flame burned on his body. Then, he quickly flew over the sea like a ghost. Die! Above the waves, the two gave off terrifying auras. Xiao Chen stretched out his hand, and he drew the tyrant saber. A swastika appeared on his forehead. A Buddhist light spread out from Xiao Chen's body. He instantly executed, resolving the mundane. Then an eternal and inextinguishable saber light appeared. How strong! Someone is following me. The moment Xiao Chen left the black cave mountain, he sensed something strange. There was an indistinct, hidden killing chi that was extremely hard to detect. The only thing he lacked was the use of the will of soul. However, Xiao Chen had been at this cultivation realm for at least 100 years. Furthermore, he was a rank 4 sect elder with deep accumulations. The 3 blessed lands of the Grave Sea, the Heavenly Shaking Mountain, the Black Cave Mountain, and the Patala Mountain, were not too far from each other. Explosions and the sound of his surging bloodline merged together, instantly pushing Xiao Chen's aura to its peak. Boundless thunderclouds quickly spread in the sky above, pressing towards Xiao Chen. However, they had lost to Xiao Chen twice, each time more embarrassing than the last. To a rank 4 sect, such a humiliating result was simply unacceptable. The old man was dressed in the divine firmament chapter elder attire. His expression was cold, and the domineering lightning might in his eyes seemed corporeal as he looked at Xiao Chen and shouted coldly. Seeing that Xiao Chen had increased his speed, the person who had been hiding revealed himself and quickly chased after him. Hence, the 3 blessed lands were a thin veil in the grave sea, appearing very mysterious. It was indeed someone from the divine firmament chapter, the old man said coldly. With a wave of his hand, countless bolts of lightning gathered. Thunder clouds churned in the sky, and all sorts of mysterious phenomena were hidden within. Xiao Chen was secretly accumulating power, quietly waiting for the enemy to come. The rumbling continued as towering waves rose on the surface of the sea. Those who had experienced it would naturally not have such a feeling. The Thunder Palace pressed down once more, and Xiao Chen felt an immense pressure once more. This was a huge blow to the divine firmament chapter. Not only did Xiao Chen cause the divine firmament sects many resources to go to waste, but he also ruthlessly slapped the divine firmament sect in the face. Xiao Chen did not open his eyes. His expression was calm, without any ripples. Saber. However, if a cultivator did not ride a special Tao tool, an oceanic spirit beast, or a transportation formation, relying on their own speed, the Thunder Palace would not have shattered completely. That's not right. It is not completely shattered yet. Xiao Chen's heart sank. The person who came was a horrifying late-stage Starvenerate at the very least. Who exactly was it? No wonder. So that is the case. It is extraordinary. However, just as Xiao Chen was about to make another move, a saber light suddenly descended from the sky. That palace was made of pure, lightning-attributed, veritable essence energy. It contained the will of soul and the thunder domain of the old man. After thinking about it, Xiao Chen concluded that it could only be the divine firmament sect. Xiao Chen had defeated Shangguan Lei's arrogance several times. The divine firmament sect had spent a lot of resources on Shangguan Lei and even secretly promoted him, turning him into the spiritual symbol of the divine firmament sect's younger generation. Xiao Chen thought to himself, oh no. The divine firmament sect's movement technique was famous for its explosive power. However, the old man was greatly startled. He simply had not expected Xiao Chen's veritable essence energy and will of soul to be so strong. That saber light appeared without any warning, instantly chopping the old man in half. He could not resist at all. The old man revealed a surprised expression. After being stunned for a while, he said, "Your strength is really startling. However, you are not a star venerate in the end. Even if you have the will of soul, you cannot use it like I do." Every sound kicked up a huge wave. Thousands of pillars of water shot up on the surface of the sea at the same time. After chopping the descending palace in half, the electric light scattered, leaving behind a flickering mark. Only the silhouette of a mountain range could be seen. For example, before Xiao Chen entered, he had been filled with curiosity and awe. With one saber strike, he chopped that lightning palace in half. The thunderclouds are already here. Senior's thunder domain has already caught up. There is no point in running. Even the might of resolving the mundane increased explosively. The countless churning mysterious phenomena hidden in the dense thunderclouds in the sky gathered into an ancient lightning palace, pressing down on Xiao Chen. Since the other party was prepared to make a move, he definitely had complete confidence. "You are rather sensible. I believe you know why I am here. Sometimes, when working for others, it is easy to be used. Don't blame this old man for bullying the weak. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for helping the Purple Flame sect. Brat, why are you not running anymore?" Xiao Chen was not much weaker than Xiao Chen. Whoosh! Trying to flee. How can it be that easy? Boom! If not for that dragon blood pill digging out the ancient energy in the blue dragon bloodline, Xiao Chen would have already reconstructed his veritable essence energy and vital qi. Reconstructing his veritable essence energy and vital qi. Just this move alone might take his life. Damn it! A bolt of lightning flashed, and an aura sealed off Xiao Chen's surroundings. Following that, thunder roared for 5,000 kilometers around, causing the thunderclouds to churn endlessly. Xiao Chen sighed softly and stopped running. Whoosh! Xiao Chen felt very satisfied. The reconstructed veritable essence energy was indeed extraordinary. The core of this lightning palace was the old man's will of soul, which he had tempered several times. As long as his will of soul was not destroyed, this move could not break it. Xiao Chen punched, and 15 azure, glassy ancient dragon cauldrons appeared above his head. They clashed with each other, producing loud sounds. Rumble. Will of soul. Just as the ancient lightning palace was about to descend, Xiao Chen suddenly opened his eyes. The palace gave off an ancient and heavy aura. This palace must be an imitation of Xiao Chen's original body, a building from the ancient era. The old man did not underestimate Xiao Chen at all. The moment he made his move, he used his trump card. For many years, he had been trying to portray Xiao Chen as unrivaled and tyrannical among his peers. The two wills of soul clashed, erupting with a terrifying energy shock wave. Xiao Chen and that old man both got knocked back. Break! Break! Xiao Chen did not stop moving. The will of soul that belonged to him instantly shot out from his sea of consciousness. After leaving the Purple Flame sect, Xiao Chen left the Black Cave Mountain in only half a day. Half a day later, Xiao Chen looked at the sky above him, which was already covered in thunderclouds. Then, he looked at the blessed lands of the Grave Sea. They were only SOSO. Xiao Chen felt startled in his heart. This old man's cultivation was not very high, only about peak early stage, star venerate. In Dragon Flame City, this old man had challenged many people and experienced even greater things. No matter what, this old man had not seen through Yunhai's tranquility, so there was still a gap between them. However, the old man behind did not care about the exhaustion of veritable essence energy. Xiao Chen's speed was not slow, comparable to that of star venerates who did not cultivate special movement techniques. He needed only 4 days to enter the Patala Mountain Blessed Land. The stalker might be a star venerate with deep accumulations. Xiao Chen moved as fast as lightning, kicking up towering waves. In an instant, he traveled 50 kilometers. This was because the price of failure would be extremely high. Now that Xiao Chen had entered and exited the Blessed Lands several times, no one among the youths of the 3 Blessed Lands was a match for him. With one punch, Xiao Chen detonated 15 cauldron force, causing the entire sea to sink. However, that was all there was to it. Xiao Chen's strength was not sufficient. Xiao Chen executed the fish dragon art to its limits, sticking close to the sea like a fish in water. Then he went with the surging waves, continuously pulling away. He still needed at least 7 or 8 days. Even ordinary disciples could not endure it. What more Shangguan Lei, who had spent a lot of resources on it? A brilliant light flickered in Shangguan Lei's eyes, and the 206 dragon bones on his body gave off explosive sounds. I clearly do not have enough strength anymore. Why can't I break it? Who would be willing to do so much? A horrifying saber might spread out in all directions. Xiao Chen did not say anything, continuing to rush over the sea. He gently pushed off with his feet, moving very fast. If one was not a disciple of the Black Cave Mountain, it would be very difficult for others to pass through the thick fog and enter the Blessed Land. Xiao Chen moved like lightning, flickering with electric light as if he was teleporting. This was the will of soul of the old man. This was not an existence that newly advanced star venerates or regular star venerates could deal with. In the time it took for a spark to fly, the old man threw a fist light. Cracks appeared in the palace that the old man thought he could kill and suppress Xiao Qin. However, Xiao Qin did not panic. His eyes lit up as he revealed an expression of understanding. This was unbearable. Chapter 1764. Is it Senior Thunder Saber Xiangtian? Under heavy pressure, Xiao Qin shouted, "Xiao!" The boundless lightning dissipated, revealing a person floating high up in the sky. It was the Thunder Blade, Xiangtian. He was the one who had attacked and killed the old man who had been chasing him. Xiao Qin was stunned. He did not expect it to be him. "You're really smart. How did you guess it was me?" In this vicinity, there is only one person who can brew the Thunder Dao's Daomite and use such exquisite saber techniques. However, I wonder if Senior is here to kill me or to save me. Xiao Chen stared at the other party. He was cautious and did not let down his guard. "Naturally, I'm not here to kill you. If I wanted to kill you, I could have done it the day Yi Zifeng left. It was just that this bunch of fools from the sect seemed to think that Yi Zifeng would never return after leaving. Do you think that you can hide it from everyone by acting in such a hurry?" Thunder Blade Xiangtian said in a deep voice, "After I return to the sect, I will punish everyone involved. Can we put an end to today's matter and write it off?" "Senior, you're too polite." Xiao Chun glanced at the Thunder Blade Xiangtian and felt that this person had some spirit. He was straightforward and magnanimous. "I'm not being polite. I'm just worried about Yi Zifeng. If it weren't for Yi Zifeng, the first person to kill you would have been me." Whoosh! Right after Xiao Qin spoke, the Thunder Saber Xiangtian quickly left. The sea regained its calm as if nothing had happened. Who would have thought that the assassination would end like this? To be honest, Xiao Qin hadn't fought to his heart's content yet. It just so happened that he needed an evenly matched opponent to see where his limits were, and the old man chasing after him was obviously one of them. However, the fight just now also made Xiao Qin a little more confident. Even the star venerate elders of rank for sex with deep accumulations could not do anything to him. Even if Xiao Qin did not advance to star venerate, he still possessed the strength to fight a star venerate. Not in a hurry to leave, Xiao Qin closed his eyes and carefully experienced the killing move of the old man, Thunder Lightning Palace. This was the first time he had seen the will of the soul fused into a killer move. Was that so? Xiao Qin activated the will of soul in his soul pool and infused it into his surroundings, ready to fire. Then he slowly spread out his saber intent, merging it with the world and the will of souls. Buzz, buzz, buzz! Suddenly, a continuous stream of saber hums appeared out of nowhere in all directions. In the next moment, Xiao Qin opened his eyes and flicked his finger. Hua! Xiao Qin condensed the countless saber intents containing the will of souls into one, turning them into a resplendent saber chi. As the saber light flashed, the entire world instantly turned dark. The space between the heavens and earth turned black and white. Only that saber light was resplendent and dazzling, clearly visible. However, the saber chi only lasted for less than 1,000th of a second before it disappeared. Xiao Qin revealed a look of joy on his face. So that was the case. It was exactly as he had imagined. Although it didn't even last for an instant, it meant that Xiao Qin was heading in the right direction. As long as he headed in the right direction, truly merging the will of souls with the saber intent was just a matter of time. The earlier saber strike made Xiao Qin vaguely think of the Kunlun realm's Yellow Springs land, the saber light that the Qing Emperor once left behind. Could it be that the Kunlun realm's Qing Emperor already possessed the strength of a star venerate? This was truly inconceivable. Xiao Qin shook his head, finding this idea ridiculous. The Qing Emperor should have used some other method to achieve that effect. On the other side, the Thunder Saber Xiang Tian, who had not gone far, felt the saber light that disappeared in a flash. His expression froze for a long time before he came back to his senses. This comprehension ability is really startling. I even somewhat wavered in my earlier decision. A murderous intent flashed in Xiang Tian's eyes. After thinking about it, he concluded that such a person would not remain in the Purple Flame sect for long. He would go to the Central Great Realm sooner or later. With his strength, even if he did not cause trouble, he would run into trouble sooner or later. The Thunder Saber Xiang Tian withdrew his murderous intent. Then he shook his head and continued flying towards the Divine Firmament sect. When Xiang Tian thought of the Divine Firmament sect master, his face could not help sinking. To think that the Divine Firmament sect master dared to hide such an important decision from me. He probably forgot how horrifying Yi Zifeng was in the past. At the thought of Yi Zifeng, some hidden shadows in Xiang Tian's heart could not help resurfacing. That was a truly ruthless person. My two senior brothers are indeed the same kind of people. 3 days later, Xiao Qin arrived at the Patala Mountain Blessed Land. A dense fog spread over the sea. A faint Buddhist light shone through the dense fog, illuminating the surroundings. At every moment, there would be believers rushing over from the nearby islands in the sea. These believers worshipped this miraculous scene and prayed piously. After Xiao Qin stated his identity, the expression of the person in charge of welcoming guests at the periphery of the Patala mountain changed slightly. "You are benefactor Xiao Qin." "Yes, I am. I have heard of your reputation. However, if you want to meet the Venerable Xianbei, you still have to follow the rules and notify him. The Venerable Xianbei has already been in closed-door cultivation for a long time and is not receiving guests." "That's fine." Xiao Qin remained calm. He believed that Xianbei would definitely come to meet him. Sure enough, after a quarter of an hour, the monk walked in with a smile on his face. "Benefactor Xiao is indeed extraordinary. I'll lead the way for you." With a faint smile, Xiao Qin stood up and followed the monk into the Patala mountain. The journey was rugged and took a long time. However, Xiao Qin enjoyed the scenery of the Buddhist blessed land along the way, so it was not too boring. Occasionally, Xiao Qin saw some monks exchanging moves with each other. This gave him a deeper understanding of the Buddhist sect's martial techniques. "We have arrived. Benefactor Xiao, please enter." The monk pushed open the door to a quiet room and gestured for Xiao Qin to enter. Xiao Qin walked in with large strides. A sandalwood fragrance immediately assaulted his face, clearing his mind and making him feel much more at ease. This feeling was simply too wonderful for words. The Venerable Xian Bei sat cross-legged before a mahogany table. There was tea on the table, and 2 strands of smoke lingered in the air, creating a unique charm. "It is rare for Benefactor Xiao to visit me before you leave." Xiao Qin took a sip of the tea and said with a smile, "Master, haven't you been in seclusion? He seems to know everything about me like the back of his hand. When I heard that you were coming, I asked someone to sort out your recent whereabouts. I knew that you were probably going to leave." Grand Master Xian Bei's voice was unhurried, and no one could tell if he was happy or sad. However, Xiao Qin was able to detect a trace of lingering melancholy and self-blame in his expression. "Master, there's something on my mind." Xian Bei raised his eyebrows and looked at Xiao Qin. He sighed and said, "I don't need to hide it from you. I think you can guess it. Are you here to blame me for taking away your saber technique manual?" Xiao Qin shook his head and said, "I won't. Although I am not willing to accept my saber manual, I will not accept it. Since Master gave me spirit jades and the golden book, I can understand Master's painstaking efforts." Xian Bei looked at Xiao Qin's expression and sighed helplessly. If Zhen Yuan had half your mental state, he would not be in his current state. However, it is also my fault. He wanted to go to the hidden spirit temple long ago, but I kept thinking that his Buddhist cultivation was not sufficient. It was not the right time yet, so I told him to wait patiently. However, he did not know that a heart demon had already been planted in him. Xiao Qin put down the teacup and said, "Aside from catching up, I came here this time to tell Master something else. It has to do with Zhen Yuan. You saw him." The Venerable Xian Bei's tone turned heavy, and his expression changed greatly. It was clear that he cared a lot about this disciple. "I did." Xiao Qin nodded and honestly told the Venerable Xian Bei about his encounter with Zhen Yuan in the underground Dragon City. However, he hid the matter of him and the faux god flame. When the Venerable Xian Bei heard that Zhen Yuan had absorbed the Black Dragon King's demonic nature, his expression changed dramatically. The Venerable Xian Bei let out a long sigh, looking like he had aged by more than 10 years. "Many thanks, Benefactor, for telling me all this." Seeing the Venerable Xian Bei bowing to him, Xiao Qin quickly stood up and returned the bow. "Venerable is too serious. Venerable saved my life. That is already a great favor. This is nothing." After thinking for a long time, the Venerable Xian Bei said, "Benefactor Xiao, can you promise me one thing?" Curious, Xiao Qin asked, "What is it?" "If you see Zhen Yuan again, if you have the ability, can you spare his life and save him from the sea of bitterness?" The Venerable Xian Bei looked at Xiao Qin with an extremely grave expression. Chapter 1765. Should I agree or not? The Venerable Xian Bei's request was extraordinarily excessive. First of all, Xiao Qin's relationship with Zhen Yuan was far from good. In fact, it was more like they were rivals and had conflicts. Secondly, Zhen Yuan was not weak. After he absorbed the Black Dragon King's demonic nature, his cultivation was higher than Xiao Qin's. Zhen Yuan's comprehension ability was also not low. If Xiao Qin met such a person, how could he hold back in a fight? Holding back would be asking for his own life. However, when Xiao Qin looked into the Venerable Xian Bei's eyes, he could not bear to refuse. After thinking for a long time, Xiao Qin said, "I'll do my best. While ensuring my own life, I'll do my best to let him live. I'll bring him back to the profound light temple. The Venerable Xianbei said, "Many thanks, Benefactor Shao. That is enough. That child, Zhen Yuan, does not have a bad nature. Him taking this path has something to do with me. If Benefactor Shao can free him from this sea of bitterness, you will be able to resolve the knot in this old monk's heart." Shao Qin thought for a while before saying, "Venerable, why do you feel that I will definitely meet Jin Yuan? The world is vast and boundless. If one is not looking for him, it will be easier said than done to meet someone. Fate. Everything is because of that Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique. Since the two of you cultivate this saber technique, you will meet each other sooner or later." The Venerable Xianbei showed a complicated expression. After a pause, he said, "Wait for a while. Let me show you something." The Venerable Xianbei turned around and entered a secret room. After a while, he came out and handed a painting to Shao Qin. Shao Qin gave the Venerable Xianbei a doubtful look. Then he unfurled the painting, and his expression changed slightly. The Mahamaya Abstinence Violation Saber Technique Manual. When blessed curls unfurled, the style of the painting was exactly the same as the incomplete saber technique manual that Shao Qin once possessed. However, there was only one hand gesture in the painting. It looked like a saber technique manual, but also somewhat different. The Venerable Xianbei looked at it and said, "This is not a saber technique manual. This is the starting stance of the Mahamaya Abstinence Violation Saber Technique. The complete saber technique was lost long ago and is scattered everywhere. Who knows how long it will take to collect it?" The saber technique originally had a total of 9 moves. Including the starting stance, there are a total of 10 moves. Shao Chen's eyes were solemn. He felt that he had benefited greatly from the starting stance, but he still couldn't comprehend it. "Thanks a lot." After putting away the painting, Shao Chen expressed his gratitude. This was a pleasant surprise. He did not have any special intentions in agreeing to the Venerable Xianbei's request. Unexpectedly, he managed to obtain the starting stance of the Mahamaya Abstinence Violation Saber Technique. This was truly a pleasant surprise. A saber technique with a starting stance and without a starting stance were 2 completely different concepts. On the table are some Patala Mountains white Shaohua head hair, as well as some 10,000-year-old sandalwood. Consider it a farewell gift. Take it with you. Master Xianbei said in a warm voice as he pointed to the tea leaves and sandalwood on the table. The name of this tea leaf had a different kind of Zen meaning. Shao Chun loved fine wine the most, followed by tea. With such good tea, he naturally wouldn't stand on ceremony. "Goodbye." Shao Chen performed a cupped fist salute and left. Under the Venerable Xianbei's gaze, he left the profound light temple and the Patala mountain. Half a month later, inside a pirate hall in the Grave Sea, Shao Qin familiarly entered and arrived at the West Wind Tower. Back then, it was in this pirate hall that Shao Qin had witnessed Ling Yu fighting another blessed land disciple. Now, in less than 2 years, he returned to this place. Everything was the same as before. However, Shao Chun was no longer the same as before. He did not even fear a star venerate. As Shao Qin looked at the signboard of the West Wind Tower, he stood there for a long time. Back then, he had asked this chief manager Ding of the West Wind Tower for help in entering the Black Cave Mountain, using his promise to obtain a recommendation letter. Naturally, Shao Chen did not forget about this promise. If there was an opportunity, he would fulfill this promise when he asked about the Black Cutlass. Shao Chen greets Ding Yuan, Chief Manager Ding. After reporting, Shao Chen was brought to the highest reception room of the West Wind Tower. Ding Yuan received Shao Chen with a wide smile. However, when he saw Shao Chen, he was greatly startled, showing a horrified expression. In a short 2 years, Shao Chen had advanced from a half-step primal core veritable personage to peak late-stage major primal core realm. More importantly, Ding Yuan felt an aura from Shao Qin that inspired fear in his soul. That was a pressure that only a star venerate could give Ding Yuan. For some reason, Ding Yuan felt that the one standing before him was not a major primal core venerate, but a bona fide star venerate. What's wrong? After 2 years, Chief Manager Ding has forgotten about this, Shao? Shao Qin asked indifferently. Ding Yuan recovered his wits after a long time. Then he smiled bitterly and said, I heard that you successfully entered the Blessed Land. However, I truly did not expect you to change so much in a short 2 years. Shao Qin did not deny it. 2 years is not long. It passes in the blink of an eye. I can have my current cultivation because of my accumulations in the veritable personage realm. You should not be surprised. In reality, Shao Chen did not feel that his cultivation had advanced too quickly. When he was in the veritable personage realm, the 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy and the heavenly Yang pill already helped him establish a firm foundation. The moment he entered the primal core realm, his earlier accumulations erupted, which made sense. This bit of accomplishment was nothing for a 9-star primal core realm cultivator. Shangguan Lei was a venerate who condensed a 6-star primal core and already broke through to star venerate. It was normal for Shao Qin to have his current cultivation. Ding Yuan smiled embarrassedly and said, Let's not talk about this for now. Why are you looking for me? I once made you a promise. If you have anything you need to do, I can help you now. Shao Chen said frankly. Ding Yuan smiled craftily, a shrewd look in his eyes. Then he waved his hand and said, There's no rush. There's no rush. It was still too early to use it. As a shrewd businessman, how could Ding Yuan not see Shao Chen's future prospects? Shao Chen was not surprised. Then he brought up the second matter. Help me ask around for news of the Black Cutlass. I want to meet up with them as soon as possible. Black Cutlass? Ding Yuan slapped his forehead and said, I nearly forgot. This ship is yours. News of the Black Cutlass is not hard to find. Right now, probably all the pirates in the Grave Sea have heard of the Black Cutlass. A thought occurred to Shao Qin. He smiled and said, Let's hear it. 2 years ago, this ship was unknown. However, it is now a famous 4-star pirate group in the Grave Sea. Even some of the veteran 5-star pirate groups have to avoid them when they see them. The most incredible time was when they tricked the Divine Shield Army in a dangerous land. They caused the Divine Shield Army to lose more than half of the Grave Sea's Divine Shield Army. We have tried to hunt it down several times, but we have not succeeded. We have already raised its bounty to the 9th rank of the Grave Sea's wanted list. It's also the only 4-star pirate group in the top 10. It looked like the missing Savage Blood Star Venerate was probably dead. Otherwise, the Iron Handyama would not have such a huge grudge against the Divine Shield Army. Without needing to think, Shao Chen could guess that the person who ambushed the Divine Shield Army had to be the Iron Handyama of the Black Cutlass. However, Shao Chen did not care about this. He did not have a good impression of the Divine Shield Corps. If the Iron Handyama wanted revenge, he would definitely support it. When was the last time the Black Cutlass appeared? Shao Chen asked. He was more concerned about Hai Shui and wanted to see his old friends as soon as possible, be it the beast governing sects Elder Tang, Fei Er, and Luo Nan, whom Shao Chen met when he first arrived in the Great Thousand Realms, or the Iron Handyama, who had a sharp tongue but a soft heart. All of them were Shao Chen's friends. I haven't seen her for 2 years, and I miss her dearly. Ding Yuan smiled and said, There's no rush. Let me look for it. After a while, Ding Yuan showed a slightly strange expression. What's going on? The last time the Black Cutlass appeared was 3 months ago. Shao Chen asked, What's so strange about that? Ding Yuan looked at Shao Chen and said, Brother Shao Chen, you might not know this, but the various pirate hulls pay special attention to such a 4-star pirate ship. No matter where it is, there will be news of it at least once a month. Xiao Chen's heart sank. In that case, what's going on now? I'm not sure about that, either. However, Brother Xiao Chen, don't worry. I don't think the Black Cutlass got wiped out. If it got wiped out, the Pirate Alliance would definitely send out accurate news. It would not be like this, where there is no news at all. Xiao Chen thought to himself. The Black Cutlass could summon the Yazi Beast Demon Soul at any time. In the Grave Sea, even if it ran into a peak 5-star pirate ship, it would be able to protect itself. Where was the Black Cutlass 3 months ago? Ding Yuan looked around and said in a trembling voice, the Grave Island Sea region.